Now we're good. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting on Monday, May the 5th, 2025. Individuals interested in participating in this evening's meeting were eligible to register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments received prior to the commencement of this evening's meeting have been circulated to members of council prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. The meeting live stream and archive videos are also available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. I'll now invite people to stand as they're able for the singing of our national anthem. At the end of the national anthem, I'll also ask that you remain standing for a moment of silence, as today is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Day, and we'll join with Canadians across the country in recognizing those women and girls from our Indigenous community who remain missing. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect timing. On motion by Councillor Deneau, the minutes of the regular meeting held on April 7th, 2025, and special meetings held April 7th, 14th, and April 24th, as mailed to the Mayor and Councillor, be accepted. All those in favor? Sorry, just one sec. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none, you'll notice a number of items of communications that are being referred to file. And we'll now move into presentations. And I'd like to invite, and I hope I don't get this wrong, is it Hajno Kovacs? Hajno Kovacs, our forestry project manager, to present a PowerPoint on the Smart 20 Cities Award recognition for Kitchener's Sustainable Urban Forest. And I think Josh is here with her, and is Jeff here too? No, just the two of you. Okay, so welcome.
To Council and the forestry project submission called Cooling Our Cities, an Equitable Guide to Tree Planting. The award is something that annually recognizes the top 20 projects from an international pool of applicants. The project has to be connected to municipalities or projects similar. It has to be innovative and influential. So forestry's submission was the following. The Cooling Our Cities, an Equitable Guide to Tree Planting. It was an innovative tool, an online mapping tool based on census data, satellite imagery, and municipal tree data, with the ultimate goal to help prioritize planting in our underserved areas of Kitchener that need trees the most. Here was our submission video.
Part of the fabric of our city, our green infrastructure. Maintaining that infrastructure contributes to our social, economic, and environmental well-being. But to continue to receive the benefits of the urban forest, we need to actively plan and manage it. Kitchener's Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy is helping achieve a 30% tree canopy cover in each ward by 2050. The city's GeoHub is an open data portal. Here, you can find the new Cooling Our City project, an equitable guide to tree planting. Created in-house, this spatial data science is supporting smart, data-driven decisions for the City of Kitchener. Reducing heat islands is critical in today's climate, and promoting tree equity enhances public health and improves our overall community livability. By combining census data, satellite imagery, and municipal tree data, staff were able to generate tree equity scores for each of our census areas. The Tree Equity Map allows users to click on a census area and find out what the tree equity score is. The tree canopy cover is the gray areas on the map. Scores range from 0 to 100, with lower scores indicating higher priority for tree planting. The score takes into account a priority index. This includes vulnerable ages, heat disparity, visible minorities, unemployment, low income, and linguistic isolation. The interactive map shows users' tree equity scores across the community. You can quickly identify areas that need trees the most. Higher scores are the closest to the canopy goal of 30%. This tool has been instrumental in creating the Community Canopy Tree Planting Program, which focuses on planting trees in communities with low tree equity scores. In 2024, our first target community received 150 large caliper trees around the local community center, sports fields, and boulevards. Our tree equity mapping tool helps make confident choices on where to plant new trees in the City of Kitchener.
So with that, the committee deciding found our video and our tool to be smart enough to be named one of the Smart 20 Award recipients for 2025. So I present tonight the Crystal Award that we received for said project to committee. And this is just the beginning and the foundation for the Community Canopy Tree Planting Program that was highlighted at the end of that video. So it was a mapping tool, and it has created a community-based tree planting program. The program focuses on planting our new trees in these 16 planting communities that need trees the most. This does not remove the replacement of trees that we're planting for the removed trees. So this is just helping target areas with below 75 tree equity scores with our new tree planting. It's providing better access to the benefits of trees to the communities. And each year it's helping us designate about 150 of our large trees into 1 to 2 of these 16 communities. About 100 of those each year will go on public property, such as parks, and about 50 will go on private property with our REAP backyard tree planting program. As mentioned in the video, what this meant in 2024 was that about 150 trees of our 1,200 planted were designated to the Laurentian Hills community, which was a wonderful concentration effort for the community center, the park, and the local boulevards. The backyards also received just over 50 trees as well, so the community received that project well. And the first backyard tree for anybody within the target area is for free with that REAP backyard planting program, and then additional trees are offered at the subsidized rate of about $230. More info can be found at kitchener.ca/community canopy, and you can interact with that map to see if you're a part of those designated areas for the program. The target areas for 2025 are going to be the Southdale and Alpine community areas, so we will be planting more trees into those areas in 2025, and thank you for your time.
Geez, Ward 6 seems to be getting all the love right now in terms of trees. With that, really wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate you and Josh and the entire team for the great work that staff have been doing, and to congratulate you on behalf of council on the award. Certainly great news.
Thank you.
And I guess I'm supposed to come up there and we'll go
Yes,
from there.
please. You could take it out, but it's kind of see-through,
Yeah.
so it's better in the case. Yeah. We're going in the middle?
Yeah, you can go in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll now move into delegations. Before we begin, I'd like to remind all delegations that the city values and encourages participation and dialogue in the democratic process that occurs in council and committee meetings and through written submissions and correspondence. It's important that these interactions remain respectful towards other members of the public, staff, and council. In cases where dialogue is not respectful, or a delegate interrupts the mayor, councillors, staff, or other delegations, makes derogatory statements about the mayor, councillors, staff, or others that are disrespectful, or uses hate speech or language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair may interject and take necessary actions to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which could include removal from a meeting. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you'll hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will automatically turn off after the exceeded 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if, following your presentation, there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas that you share with us as our community members. And now we'll move into our first item, 6.1, the Kitchener City Bird, the dark-eyed junco. And I would like to invite Meredith Blunt from Bird Friendly City Kitchener to come forward and make her presentation about Junco City.
Thanks for having me tonight. You may recall you're seeing me for a second time. My co-chair Jen is sad she's not here this evening. She's in Point Pelee presenting on Bird Friendly Cities. In November, we affirmed Kitchener as a bird-friendly city, and you voted to support World Migratory Bird Day, which is one part of being certified. The other part, which we're talking about tonight, is electing a city bird through a public voting process and having council officially affirm that bird. So I'm here today to ask council to appoint the dark-eyed junco as Kitchener's official city bird. We ran the city bird poll from November to December in 2024. The results are on my slide. It was shared on our website, social media, as well as the Record and local CBC and CTV. And we held a public vote through a Google poll. We received dozens of passionate and thoughtful communications from people across the city explaining their vote. We had a total number of 1,265 votes come in, and the outcome, you can see, is the junco won by a landslide of 45% of the vote. We announced that Kitchener elected the dark-eyed junco live on the CBC the morning of December 23rd. So I ask you this evening that council officially appoint the dark-eyed junco as Kitchener's city bird.
Wonderful. Are there any questions for our delegation? Councillor Michaud.
Could you give us some highlights on why the dark-eyed junco was selected? Just maybe a few of them. I'm sure there were many.
There were many. I think a lot of it has to do is they're a really easy bird to identify. Lots of people know them and see them at their feeders. Their song is really recognizable. It almost sounds like a chittery conversation. Most of the emails we got in were about memories people had watching juncos with their children or their parents. So it was just the most recognizable of our 4 nominees.
Well, thank you very much for this. And I do hear a lot of birds in my neighborhood in the morning, and I'll be more attentive to this and be looking for this dark-eyed junco, because you don't really pay attention to birds until it's brought forth like this, and you can see that.
For a tip to see juncos, look down. They like to feed on the ground. Yeah.
Great, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I really do want to thank you for coming in and for all the work that you and your team have done on this. I had the opportunity to meet you at Bestival with Councillor Johnson and learn about some of the great work that you folks were doing. And it's easy to find a cardinal or a blue jay, and so now I'm going to be looking forward to looking around the city and trying to find the dark-eyed junco going forward.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, does someone want to move this recommendation? Moved by Councillor O'Dooney. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Michaud. Any discussion? All those in, hang on. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to item 6.2, Waterloo Region Community Energy 2024 Progress Report, and invite Matthew Day up from Waterloo Region Community Energy. Welcome, Matthew.
Okay, I'll give you an update on WR Community Energy's 2024 report. Our job is to coordinate targeted energy investment strategies or targeted energy investments in Waterloo Region. This year's report is especially relevant at this point in time as it highlights the tremendous opportunity we have locally to generate energy in Waterloo Region. And we are in this enviable position because past generations have invested wisely in assets and tools, such as our utilities and an educational institution that's prone to innovation. And yes, so I'm here to talk about how the region of Waterloo can lead the way forward as we have done before. Oh, okay. The energy transition isn't just about switching fuels, it's about changing how we design, build, and live in our communities. As our energy changes, our built form changes. It has always been this way, and it's happened a few times in the past. When European settlers first came to Waterloo Region, we settled near the natural energy sources, waterfalls. As we began to industrialize, we built up around train stations where we could import coal. When electricity came to our community, we began to electrify streetlights. We got elevators so that we started to build up in our cities. When natural gas and gasoline became more available, we began to suburbanize. At first, that led to affordable growth, but then we have been burdened with that infrastructure. It led to some segregation, it led to urban sprawl. Now we are re-urbanizing and reinvesting in our urban form, and that's the energy transition that we're here to talk about today. Just a quick bit about some economics of energy. We spend over $2 billion a year on energy. We import 99% of our energy. 87% of those dollars leave our community. So that's a $1.8 billion a year export loss. The story gets a little bit worse. If you follow this flow chart, we end up wasting 45% of that energy in terms of pollution and smog and urban heat island effect. So that's about $900 million we spend a year on pollution. So this chart shows a little bit more about how energy and the economy and resilience are intertwined. When we in North America were suburbanizing, our European friends were living next to an energy giant that was a little hostile at the time, the USSR. They began to focus on efficiency and district energy systems and rail. So I just want to draw your attention to these charts here. If you follow this flow chart through from energy sources to our utilities to the end use, you'll see what we're calling low-grade heat. We spend about $200 million a year on low-grade heat. This is using natural gas to heat our homes. Now, I am not anti-natural gas by any means. I see natural gas in our community for a long time. Natural gas burns at 2,000 degrees. Steel melts at 1,500 degrees. That's a good use of fuel, a good use of energy. We need that to make cars. But burning natural gas at 2,000 degrees to heat our spaces at 21 degrees is not an excellent use of energy. We have plenty of local sources that can do that. In fact, we have enough local sources to heat our community 10 times over, and this technology is being proven in many developments. In fact, there's a handful of developments within 2 blocks from here that are using this local energy source. The Community Energy Investment Strategy is a 24-year program that was passed by this council in 2018 and all of the other city councils. We are now on term 2, and we are focusing on developing a heating strategy for Waterloo Region. So to develop not only to explore where that energy is, but how we can generate it, how we can share it, and importantly, how we can develop in a way that uses it properly. So this is a tremendous and uncommon asset that we have. The energy transition is real, it has happened before, and we are atypically well-suited to take advantage of it. There are 11 major projects underway in our community. One of them is the High Performance Development Standards. This looks at ways that we can reduce energy poverty and, crucially, make sure that the new developments don't burden our utilities, and so we can continue to have profitable utilities that keeps our tax base low. So I will end it there. Thank you very much. But the core of the energy transition are all projects that you've seen before, and it is about steering our community to reflect the values and opportunities we have in front of us. Thank you.
Wonderful, great presentation, Matthew. Thank you. And lots of great work being done by Waterloo Region Community Energy. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Matthew, it's great to see the advocacy that you're putting forward, and that the heating transition or just the energy transition that you've outlined. I'll preface my question ahead of time in saying whatever the change may be, it needs to be sustainable and affordable. I think the affordability is even foremost in mind in a lot of homeowners currently. You outlined that there are some substantive changes that can be made locally when we're urbanizing our community. That's more of growth that's building upward, but we've already had suburban sprawl. Those low-rise homes are spread across our community already. That's not changing anytime soon. So what can we do with our existing? I know that we're working strategies for new building standards, but with our existing low-rise housing stock, that's one. 2, if you can give some more detail on the 2 projects that you referenced that may be close to here that are heating at source, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. So my job is, WR Community Energy's job is to invest in energy strategies moving forward, and we are forward-looking. We helped start research into what is becoming a retrofit program called Retrofit WR. That will not be led by WR Community Energy moving forward. It's likely will be led by the region and partners, but they will be focusing on building retrofits. So extremely important, but out of scope for my work. Projects nearby, the Killam development that uses ground source heat pumps, the Momentum development, I think it's 100 Victoria Street, that also uses ground source heat pumps. It uses electricity efficiently all year round. There's the Bright building, that's virtually a net zero building by Scott Higgins and his group. There's Evolve One up in University of Waterloo. There's the Hub. Conestoga College, it has 2 or 3, and I think all of their future expansions are also planning to use GeoExchange. So there's plenty of them, and they're continuing to grow. If I can just add, I don't want to speak on behalf of developers. The energy source they use and how it gets maintained and managed within their buildings, that is different. So there will be some learning to do on how to manage the systems properly, and some buildings do it better than others. But the energy source continues to be abundant, and there's great case studies all across the region.
Mr. Litt's paying attention.
These buildings are great.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Joining us remotely, Councillor Chapman. Go ahead, Councillor Chapman. Oh, you're muted. Oh, try again. Nope, you're still muted. How about now? No? Is there something on our end that we need to do, staff, or?
Hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry,
Wonderful.
no, it's at my end.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor
My
Chapman.
apologies. So I had just a couple questions. First of all, and I've brought this up before, maybe even with you, Matthew, regarding geothermal. And, the way I understand it, you've got vertical, you've got horizontal, you've got open loop, you've got closed loop. And all the applications, development applications we receive, we're told we can't do geothermal. So I was wondering what the progress on that front is.
I have heard this, but when I read the policies that the region has prepared and others, I don't see anything in that doesn't allow them to move forward. And again, I can point to several that are currently under development. So I'm not entirely sure where that information is coming from. There is a very important distinction between closed loop geothermal and open loop geothermal. Closed loop is very common. It's used all across the province, and it is fine, but it is suboptimal for Waterloo Region. We have an open loop system that is, one consultant 4 or 5 years ago described it as an energy gold mine, and I thought that was an exaggeration at the time. But the more I study it, the more I hear from others, it does seem to be true. It is more potent, energy dense, fewer boreholes. There is a policy up in Waterloo that could be interpreted as preventing that, but I'm not sure that's actually true. This would be a good question for the region of Waterloo.
Okay, thank you. My other question had to do with subsidies or grants for retrofitting homes, primarily from, fossil fuel furnaces and heat sources into heat pumps. Like I know Enbridge customers have those grants available to them, but what's the plan at the region more broadly? To ensure that everybody has access to those grants.
Yeah. The energy efficiency is managed at a provincial level, and it is undergoing a significant change. You're right, Enbridge did win that contract to develop these projects moving forward. We are meeting with them in, I think, later this week or next week to see how we can incorporate them into our policy work moving forward. But there's a lot of moving pieces right now. But one really good sign is that the province understands that there is important conversations to be had between the overlap of electricity and natural gas. It used to be the case that efficiency in natural gas was called this, and electricity was that, and they didn't intermingle. Now there's a strong understanding that efficiency in electricity is efficiency in natural gas, and vice versa. So that does represent a positive change.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions that we have. Thank you, Matthew, for all the work that you and the organization is doing.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Growing Together East, item 6.3. I will note that there have been a couple written submissions from the region of Waterloo and Vive Developments. I guess I'll just ask, does staff want to add anything before we hear from the delegation? No? Okay. So we'll move right into delegations, and we have Mr. Stephen Litt from Vive Developments. Welcome, Mr. Litt. We are great. How are you?
Peachy. I left blast ball practice early to be here tonight. Feeling a little bit disheveled. It's my first time. Blast ball is amazing if you guys have never done it. I'm a coach, if you can believe it, so. I'll jump right into it. So there was a handout. I didn't bring a copy. I goofed up. But I believe you guys have it. The handout should look familiar. It's from about a year ago. It's from a project we're actually building now. So a year ago, it was hypothetical. We're actually building. It's our Eureka project at King and Ottawa Street. So I'm here to support Growing Together East. I just want to make it very clear that when we, as a community, make decisions to take form-based zoning and be very restrictive, it just essentially drives cost up, and it's a further impedance to development. So that handout shows, in summary, the same number of units, one building taller, one building shorter and squatter, perhaps. Takes five months longer to complete, has a more complicated foundation. It has more exterior wall area as a ratio of interior, so it loses more energy, heating and cooling, has more elevators, more pumps and pressurization to get those floors up higher. In short, I can say with confidence that estimate's roughly 12% more costly to build a 35 version of that story as a pencil tower as opposed to a shorter squatter slab tower. So I think what we need to think about as a community, housing has changed. Core area condominiums are really suffering right now. There's gobloads of high-rise point tower condominiums approved in downtown Kitchener that just simply aren't cost-effective anymore. Not to be doom and gloom, but I don't see a time in the foreseeable future that they are going to be cost-effective to convert to rental or to be built, period. So we just need to be, as Canadians, we need to respect and really better understand how we can build housing that people can afford in the middle market range, right? Which is what we do, and we're obsessed with at Vive. So I'll turn specifically to a project we just recently acquired in February. It's Cortland and Blockline. We're proposing 2,600 units, 5 towers. It's the vacant piece that abuts the CN Rail, 6.2 acres. It's an important site. It's purported to connect all of sort of South Kitchener into Ion, so we believe it to be very important. In a discussion last Thursday, again, we're going to work with staff through this process, but just to reiterate some of our previous frustrations, we want to build housing. We want it to be cost effective. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be designed well. I don't want to be here in 4 or 6 months asking for a zone change for something that's, should be proposed as of right. Things such as building length, tower size, overlook. The site, I'll give you an example. The site is long and narrow. We're smushed between Ion and the CN Rail with an extreme grade. We have to build sort of 3 stories of underground parking into this. So it's a very challenging site, has many complications. We can't place the density except in a row of towers. There's simply no way. We can't change, overlook, overlap. If we want to build anything, it's not going to be ideal, and we just need to understand that, right? And not ask for zone changes every time. That's ultimately, what I'm here to say today. I'm here to support Growing Together East, but I just really want council to sort of direct staff to work with developers of all shapes and sizes, small, low-rise to high-rise, to really work using variances to get housing built faster. People who want to build should be enabled to do so. So I'm here really for questions. That's what I love doing, and let's get into some housing topics. Why not? Why stuff isn't being built, etc. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Litt, for your presentation. Councillor, you don't have a question anymore?
Oh, I do.
You turned yourself off. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I think you ended it interestingly. You said, why is stuff not being built? So maybe if you could highlight some of your explanation on that as an industry expert. The other is, you referenced your site on Cortland and Blockline. You're right, it is a very crucial node that will connect that development into our existing infrastructure of transit as well as a recreational and school. When you say the current recommendation really encourages a point tower, I think where sometimes it's lost on us a little bit, staff may see it differently, is the dollars and cents, specifying where it does increase the cost. When you're having consecutive setbacks, is that cost related to the columns that are necessary for it as well? And if that's the case, if you can explain that cost accordingly. And the other is, when you need extra columns, does that restrict the circulation of the site for parking? I don't know if you can give some more detail.
Yeah, for sure. I'll go free body diagram. So a point tower is a smaller floor plate. Call it 10 or 12 units per floor. It's taller. In other words, it wants to push into the earth more. We don't have wonderful soils in the region of Waterloo, in Kitchener specifically. When you build a squatter building that's wider, it has less pressure on the soil, so your foundation is much simpler to design. When you have a taller building, the wind wants to topple it over more. So all the way up the entire structure, you have more reinforcing steel. From an energy perspective, when you have a similar number of units in each building, you have more window area to floor area. In other words, you have more leaky points for the building to leak heating and cooling out, into the atmosphere. So those are the three big ones that contribute costs. Not to mention a taller building takes longer. It's more expensive to insure because it takes longer, and all the general conditions, insurance, interest rate, all that stuff adds up really fast. So.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
No problem.
Do you want to specify what you'd like about it, the current policy? The positives?
Absolutely. I mean, I applaud the unlimited nature of height and density. What I think what the development community is not super keen about is the very prescriptive nature of this building has to, if it's this tall, it has to be set back this far. I mean, architects, engineers, developers, we try and build different product for different price points. We're limited by this. And so accordingly, when we go to make a site plan application, there's 27 variances, and staff say, oh, there's 27 variances, that requires a zone change. But in reality, when you have form-based zoning, that's just the nature of the beast, right? So we need to respect, we respect the system, we respect site plan, urban design, all these things. We just have to go about it in a way that's forward-thinking to really understand what costs are. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Stephen. So you said your group purchased that land?
Yes.
Honestly, that's great because you're one of the only few developers that actually are building right now, and we see icy vibe all over the city. And so I'm hopeful that you're the third person that has proposed to build something on that site, and so hopefully it does come to fruition at some point in time in the future. My only question is, so the previous building specs and heights, are they consistent with what you want to build there, or are they different?
Yeah, the previous zoning went to LPAD in 2018, I believe, was 4 buildings. There's it's within the airport runway approach, so there's a height limitation. We looked at the site, we wanted to do 5. Again, a little bit increase in density, but again, Kitchener only has so many, these are huge, these are monstrous buildings, right? So it's slightly different, absolutely. We'll have to change the lot fabric. There's a bunch of easements that for purported servicing that never happened, like it's a bit of a dog's breakfast, but that's what we do, figure it out.
Okay, that's all I got, but yeah, let's build that place.
Cool.
As quickly as we can.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephen, thanks always for coming in and always be willing to answer questions.
For sure.
And thanks for your support of Growing Together East. When it comes to what's prescribed in Growing Together, do you feel that there's enough flexibility? Because depending on what the size of a lot is, the shape of it, where it's located, specifically with yours here at Cortland and Blockline, what sort of flexibility would you like to see?
I don't personally think that zoning bylaws should have prescriptions such as a floor plate this size once it gets this tall, setback this far from the building. And as you go up, it effectively creates this wedding cake effect. Staff are often generally receptive of changing that, but the whole idea of this unlimited height, unlimited density is to have less of these applications come to council. Staff do a great job at reviewing them, so I think there just needs to be a mindset that variances are the correct approach to deal with this sort of thing. So, yeah.
Okay, and while all this takes place, coming here, getting all the variances, it takes time, obviously. And can you maybe speak to what the delays cost, what that cost overall for your funding and the overall affordability of the
Sorry,
project?
before you do, Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, I will just remind council that there is an active OLT hearing that deals with some of the matters that are being discussed at this moment. And so I would caution council with the types of questions that are being asked.
Okay. So, is that not to answer that question? Or?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, so Ms. Hughes is here if we would like to go in camera briefly to discuss this. I do think some of these topics are an active scope of an appeal onto active properties in Growing Together West by the current delegation.
Okay. Could I ask maybe a more general question?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
What is the effect of delays in the cost of a project?
Yeah, so I would say that, generally speaking, in a project, a developer would have 50% land debt. So they buy a piece of land, you put a mortgage on for 50%. Say that would be, say, $15,000 per unit. Say you paid 30, you paid 15 in debt, you generally pay 8%, right? So that's your delay cost. 8% on the 15. An average apartment unit would cost roughly $400,000 to build, right? So if you look at that, use a calculator to determine sort of what that carrying cost is. So it's meaningful, especially when rates are up and land debt is scarce, right? So it's difficult for a lot of folks to find the debt to buy the sites to make these projects work. So.
Okay, so the shorter the time from the purchase of the land to building and occupation, the better for everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they make a project more feasible. I realized I didn't make a response to Councillor Singh's comment. So on housing input costs. So land is what it is. Land, hopefully, there should correct a bit. Construction costs have come down. Absolutely. I mean, we're building half the housing we were. Municipal fees, I think those are the ones that we're seeing various levels of government talk about, doing a development holiday, deferral, reduction, et cetera. That's really what I think the next step has to be in order to get our communities sort of build faster fund and housing, et cetera, fund targets met. So.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Schneider? Okay, there don't appear to be any other questions in the queue, Mr. Litt. I guess the one question that maybe I would ask you about, and I understand your arguments, but I also think of another property where you made a counter argument, specifically 1001 King, where you're actually asked to build 2 pencil towers because that's what made it viable for you financially. And because of phasing, instead of a slab. So I'm just trying to come to terms with that versus the argument that's being made.
Yeah, specifically at 1001 King, the soils are good. So there wasn't that incremental foundation design. 1001 King, we are building a 29-story building with a 29-story horizontal addition, which is unheard of in Canada. Probably North America. That's simply due, it's a bit of a test. There's a trade-off between what the rental market can absorb here in Kitchener versus, carrying costs. If you build a 500-unit building and it takes you 4 years to fill it up, that doesn't make sense, right? So, correct, Mayor, every project's slightly different. Our soils are better in that case. We're using a modular building system that has a tighter envelope. There's a multitude of things that make it slightly different, but giving you sort of my comment was on the hypothetical point tower slab. Yep.
Yeah, so I guess that's where I was going, is that there's different sets of circumstances with different ones. Okay, I see there's now one other question. Councillor Davey?
No, not a question, just a comment. I just think I want to thank Mr. Litt for coming in. I do think that the development industry in general can communicate better directly with members of council, and in the backdrop of, you're just on the heels of a federal election where every major party was laser focused on increasing the amount of housing across the country. I think it's important that we hear this directly from people like you, Mr. Litt, so thank you.
Great. Those are all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Lett, for coming in. Okay, so there is, I want to remind council, an addendum report with an amended resolution. Ms. Fusco, if you can put that on the screen. And does staff want to speak to it at all? No? Councillor Singh, do you want to bring that forward as chair of the committee?
Yeah, thank you.
So hold on. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Arising from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Okay, is there any discussion? Well, actually, just before we go to the vote, I just want to really thank staff for all of the work that's been done and all the people who have been engaged in Growing Together East. It's been a significant amount of work. Growing Together East was also part of our HAF application, and so this is another box being completed in terms of the funding that the $42.4 million that we originally got from the federal government in Housing Accelerator Fund funding for the municipality, and I know it's been a lot of work on staff's part to make sure this gets completed. So I want to thank Natalie, Rosa, Adam, Elisa, and the entire team for all of the work that's been done to get this done. So, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, sorry, I should have keyed in earlier, Mr. Mayor, if you would allow just a couple comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This is quite transformative work that staff have put together. It's quite different than what other cities are doing. It's really highlighting the necessity of density done right. And I want to applaud all the staff involved that have extensively sought public consultation as well as looking at best practices out there. So again, I think we definitely have done a great job in putting a great foot forward in making the conditions right for development to proceed forward. I do want to preface that with saying we need to be vigilant, that we can, in a best circumstance, predict the market based on the conditions that we are outlining, but the market changes quite rapidly, far faster than what our planning policies may necessarily objectively seek out the best development, the best construction, the ideal communities being built. But at the same time, I think we're desperate for housing as well, and we need to continue trying to meet in the middle of both those considerations. So I would only say that this is great, this is the start, but we should continue on liaisoning with the development community, like Councillor Davey has said, continue getting the necessary feedback and seeing where those bottlenecks do continue to exist. And I think we need to have, this needs to be a living document, not one and done, so we can continue amending so that we can have those housing starts happening faster.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Those appear to be all the questions. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Hold on. Trying to see the other hands. There we go. And any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to item 6.4, the fireworks bylaw. I'll let staff move into place because I believe staff will provide a brief update before we move into delegations, and we have 29 delegations registered. Are you going to kick it off, Ms. McNeil?
Good evening, Mayor Vrbanovic and members of council. Staff just wanted to take a moment this evening before we begin with our delegations to clarify that the report that is before council this evening related to fireworks is not proposing a complete ban on fireworks. Staff are recommending the following 3 changes to the current bylaw. Staff are recommending a ban on the sale of consumer fireworks, which were traditionally in the brick and mortar stores or temporary pop-ups. However, fireworks will still be permitted to be purchased and sold online. Secondly, staff are recommending the introduction of a start and end time of when fireworks can be set off in the bylaw on the permitted days. And thirdly, staff are proposing increased fines for non-compliant use of fireworks. The ban on the sale of fireworks would not go into effect until January 1st, 2026, recognizing that most vendors have likely already purchased their inventory for the year, and this will allow them time to sell off any existing product. The 3 permitted days that allow the setting off of fireworks will remain in place. These include Victoria Day, Canada Day, and Diwali. And there is no change to the permit process that is currently in place and administered by fire for large organized fireworks events.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So just to reiterate, the recommendation from staff that was adopted at committee for consideration at council tonight sees a ban on sales starting in January 2026 within the boundaries of the city of Kitchener, but that doesn't prevent people from purchasing online or elsewhere. Number 2, it limits the time period but continues the 3 days that you talked about, Canada Day, Victoria Day, and Diwali. And thirdly, from an enforcement point of view, increases the fines.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll go into delegations. And the first delegation is Priyam Vyas. Welcome, Mr. Vyas.
Good evening. Mayor, members of council, city staff, and fellow resident. My name is Priyam Vyas. I am proudly operating seasonal fireworks store here in Kitchener for many years, operating in full compliance with federal regulation and municipal guidelines. Today, I am here not just as a business operator, but as a proud member of this community. May 5th is a South Asian Arrival Day, a time to honor resilience. But today, we are here to celebrate. We are here facing the loss of a local business. I felt very proud when we launched our Support Local campaign in the March. I do not have any fear from Trump's tariff, but I am afraid from what's being proposed tonight. It is worse than tariff. This feels like it's not just targeting a product, it is targeting a part of our shared celebration, tradition, and frankly, my livelihood. Let me begin by stating clearly, I support safety. I support reasonable regulation and guidelines. What I do not support is a full ban that unfairly penalizes responsible vendors and law-abiding citizens while doing little to prevent illegal or unsafe use of fireworks by those who ignore the rules anyway. I fully understand and respect the concern around fireworks, noise complaints, safety risk, and property damage. These are real issues, and as a responsible vendor, I share those concerns. That's why I believe the path forward is not prohibition, but smart regulation, education, and enforcement. Because banning legal sale will not eliminate firework use. People still will be able to find from out-of-town stores, unregulated places on reserve, online market, and even illicit sellers. And when that happens, Kitchener will lose control. No safety instructions, no quality assurance, no guidance on local bylaws. Right now, vendors like me are the shield protecting from fireworks like this coming to our city. These kind of fireworks are easily available just 30 minutes from this very place. Dangerous, handmade, and unregulated fireworks like this are available just 30 minutes from our place, and we do not want to see them in our community. It is important to emphasize the product we sell at our store is highly inspected and regulated by our federal agency called ERD. Only after passing strict federal safety and environmental standards are these products approved for sale to the community. Today, when people come into my store, they receive clear, visible safety instruction, advice on lawful and respectful use, guidance on proper disposal, and a reminder about when fireworks are permitted. If you eliminate licensed sales, you eliminate that education. You remove that point of community contact. There are other real consequences as well. Public safety risk will rise as unregulated products flood the market. Oversight will shrink, making enforcement harder and costlier for our city staff. Small businesses like mine will close, impacting local employment, tax revenue, and community sponsorship. Unregulated market of fireworks will boom. Look at what's happening in Vancouver, Surrey, and Brampton. Like, people are selling from their garages, trucks, vans, everywhere. Instead of a ban, I respectfully propose practical, balanced solution, stronger enforcement of fireworks misuse with strong penalties for violation, restricting sales to licensed, accountable vendors only. Other general retail outlets should not be permitted to sell fireworks, as they typically lack the specialized oversight, security measures, and staff training necessary to ensure handling and responsible sales practices. Mandatory distribution of safety brochure at point of sale, which we can design, and every vendor should personally fund and provide to every customer. Launching public awareness campaigns about responsible use ahead of fireworks season. Today, Kitchener recognizes Victoria Day, Canada Day, and Diwali. I propose adding Chinese New Year and New Year's evening, like our neighboring city Guelph, Waterloo, London, as they are also important celebration for many of our residents. I know there have been incidents, I know there have been complaints, but eliminating responsible businesses like mine won't prevent misuse of firework. It will only push it into the shadows where it is harder to manage and far more dangerous. Please do not erase an entire tradition, an entire livelihood, and an important part of Kitchener's cultural identity because of few misuse. Instead, let's work together to build something better, safer celebration with more education, smarter regulation, which we can actually enforce, and stronger community trust. To be frank, I am not a drug dealer. I am following both federal as well as municipal guidelines and laws. I do not deserve to be treated like one. Thank you for your time, your consideration, your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villas. We have some questions for you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for coming in. I like the point you made about education. Would you be amenable to, if the city had education material, our bylaws, everything, would you be okay with handing that out with every sale that you made?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we should be actually happily doing that, because as of now, right now, we do not have any authority or any work with the staff so that we can also give a second piece of paper with the regulations that our city decides and the fines and stuff. Everything we can mention on it, where you can set off, how to even dispose them, and that stuff is already in here. On the back side, we can just design something where these are the Kitchener's bylaw and you got to follow this one. If you do not follow, there's like $500 fine or $1,000 fine, something like that.
Okay. And just judging from your experience in your store, I want to talk about your customers. Do you find you've got like a lot of families coming in? I know that sometimes parents just want to put on a small little display for the kids.
So our average sale value is about $150, and 80%, more than 80% of our customers are families. No youth, no nothing else. There are there, but most of them, they are families, and their purchase value is small. $150 firework will last you about like 5 to 10 minutes. Good to go. That's it.
Okay, thank you. That's important information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Villas. I think you articulated well, of course, your rationale why it should be allowed, but at the same time, we're grappling with issues that the handlers of those firework displays are not abiding by the laws, and it's causing tremendous nuisance throughout the community. It's not a restriction to celebrate, it's simply wanting people to adhere to the bylaws at hand. Now, ensuring that we are partnering with the industry, there is a license fee. What's your thoughts on if some of those license fees, provided that we go in a different direction and firework sales are still allowed in the city of Kitchener. But those fees are increased to coincide with the extra education that may be required to partner with the public, you know, different ethnic communities who are celebrating, like Diwali, so that there's more education. What's your thoughts on that?
There is always going to be bad apples in the tray, okay? What we can still try is keep more education ruling around, like other councillors said, that along with this piece of paper, if we give them another piece of paper saying, this is Kitchener's bylaw, if you do not follow this, you'll be charged with something. And like at the same time, like what's the guarantee? Like even if we chose to ban this thing, right, there'll be still some young people coming to do some stupid thing, or like who's responsible for that, right? Education is the key point. Like, you know, when customer come to my own store, I do not deal in the sales part. I always stand at the cash out side, and every one of them, I spend about a minute or two, even after giving this paper, explaining them everything.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And of course, you said they're bad actors, and obviously you seem to be well versed with wanting to inform your customers appropriately. Unfortunately, not everyone's abiding by that too. Is yours a pop-up location, or do you have a year-round permanent location?
So I'm not 100% sure, but my store is pop-up store, and even rest of the everybody who sell fireworks in Kitchener area, they are also allowed for certain days to sell. None of the shop is year around.
Okay, because yours is a pop-up, and obviously you cater to the 3 days that are allowed in the city of Kitchener.
Yes.
Do you have multiple locations as well, or do you primarily focus on Kitchener only?
Well,
within the region?
I also run another store in Cambridge. So I am here in Kitchener as well and in Cambridge as well. I do not have the same thing on me, but in Cambridge, they gave us a designated paper that we were giving out to everybody. So I'm also in Cambridge. In Cambridge, we are giving every customer that paper out. Here in Kitchener.
That's provided by the city of Cambridge?
City gave us the design. Then they also phoned me. They were like, hey, how many roughly prints do you need? And I was like, that's fine. Just send me a soft copy and I'll print it by myself.
Okay.
But they made that file ready, like a digital file they gave me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I thought you articulated your points very well. Just one question if I could. So I understand, so your business is in the city of Kitchener. Just mind if I ask, do you live in the city of Kitchener as well?
I also live in the city of Kitchener in Ward 2 by Chikope Hill, and I also run business in Kitchener area.
Very good. Mr. Mayor, if I could just, I know we have, did you say 29 delegates in this item? Okay. And being that we've spent probably 10 minutes already, we could be in for a very, very long evening. So if I could just preface, I'm not going to ask any more questions, but if I could ask future delegates as well, if you wouldn't mind, just for my own interest's sake, mentioning if you do live within the city of Kitchener, because I'm interested in a city of Kitchener standpoint on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I'm curious how long you've been selling in your business.
So I've been selling since last 4 years.
Last 4 years?
Last 4 years, yes.
Yeah. So I'm obviously a lot older than you. I remember fireworks that were far less powerful than what they are today. So I'd like to know your thoughts on the magnitude of the fireworks that you're selling, as opposed to the ones that we've talked about around council, the ones we had in our backyards that were not near as large as this. So what do you see any possibility of trying to get the manufacturer to lower the size of the fireworks?
Yes. So as of now, there are so many different products already approved by ERD to sell, but since industry was facing some issues, noise complaint and other related stuff with the cities, industry have already started working on to get fireworks with reduced voice and stuff. And as of now, the brand product I sell, they already have sent 18 to 20 different products for inspection. Inspection process takes about like a year. So hopefully by next year, they're gonna be in, because we already sent that product for inspection last year. So industry is also working to reduce the noise, sound, and everything.
And there's an age limit of who can buy your fireworks.
Sorry.
Is there an age limit of who can buy your fireworks?
Everybody has to be 18 plus to buy fireworks.
18. And you ask for identification?
Well, everybody, when they take the firework, they go to the checkout. The very first thing we do is their ID. After ID, we check everything, their address as well, because in my Cambridge store, I still have a few people coming from Woodstock to buy fireworks, right? And generally, I'm supporting City of Woodstock by not selling them. So we check the ID, then we give them this thing. So yes, we do ID check, and even on the online deliveries and stuff, they have to provide ID even upon the delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation joining us virtually is Sim Sahota. Welcome, Mr. Sahota.
Hi, thanks for having me. Nice to see you, Mayor, and thanks for all the council. Thanks for having me here. So I've been, I'll make it short and sweet. I've been selling fireworks in the city of Kitchener for over 10 years. So the location where I sell is in the Sunrise Shopping Center, and I've been there for 12 years now. And I get the same families coming to me every year. I know every single, almost 90% of my customers I have a relationship with. And we were talking about safety. I keep a safety bulletin board inside my store, and I've always had that. But I've realized last 4 years or so, 4 to 5 years, it's mainly the kids that have been irresponsible, people that are under 18 years. And I have a good feeling that uh, the corner stores that are not professionals in fireworks, they're selling to some underage teenagers. So they come to me every year wanting to buy Roman candles, which is actually the culprit in this, and it's one of the products that actually needs to be banned is Roman candles. That's what I would suggest, because you could pick a Roman candle up, you light it up, and you can shoot it at each other, and it makes it very dangerous, just like that counselor that was hit. But what we need is we need more safety education. We need to hand out pamphlets. Like I hand out safety packages to every single one of my customers, and I make sure they go through the checklist inside my store, which lays out each and every safety rule when using fireworks, right? So we need to make sure that there's professional people selling fireworks, not just people at these mom and pop stores, at the corner stores that are just selling to minors. That's what's creating the biggest problem, because just to make a profit, they don't care. They'll sell it to a minor, and that's been the biggest. That's the biggest issue. And another thing I would like to say is that by banning the consumer fireworks, like I'm from British Columbia, I fly over to Ontario every year for Victoria Day and Canada Day. And in my city, the fireworks are banned. But honestly, every year it's a gong show. People still actually light off more fireworks. And there's more people in the hospitals because they are using illegal products like M80s and illegal firecrackers that are actually more dangerous than what we sell. So, and not only that, it costs. I mean, the cost to the city. So the city of Surrey has spent, I would say, 2 to 3 times more money of the taxpayers' money trying to enforce these laws as well. So it's a big issue in my city where they have banned fireworks for the consumers. Consumers go buy them at another city, or they buy them underground in the underground market, and it's actually worse. Another thing in the broader spectrum, kind of spectrum, I would like to say is that, you know, it's a cherished tradition, Canada Day, you know, lighting up fireworks for Victoria Day. And I have a feeling that our patriotic, you know, everyone's patriotic sense is going to go down the drain. I mean, we already have Trump trying to take over this country. And now, just recently, Alberta is trying to, you know, they're trying to separate too. We can't even keep our country together. And I truly believe fireworks will keep our country together. It brings families together. It makes people happy. And I think we should keep this tradition alive. Banning the fireworks will not work. People will get them in other places. And another thing I would like to say is some cities have shifted over to using drones. And like in the city of Kamloops, I used to sell there. They didn't want to use fireworks. They used drones. It cost the city 3 times more for using drone fireworks. And nobody liked them. People wanted to go back to the regular fireworks, right? So what I would suggest is banning one product, which is the main culprit. It's the Roman candles. A lot of youngsters like to shoot around people in it. Increase the fines and maybe look at designated areas where people could light them off. So yeah, in concluding, that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Sahota. So just to be clear, your business is at Sunrise Center, but you're a resident of Surrey?
Yeah, that's correct. But I have a partner who is he's in the council meeting there. His name's Tony. He is a resident of Kitchener.
Okay.
Both partners.
Okay.
Yeah, and I employ about 6 to 8 people, Kitchener residents, every year per season.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions we have. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Our next delegation joining virtually is Greg Kasparian. Welcome, Mr. Kasparian.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic and members of the council for the opportunity to address the committee on this issue. By way of background, I'm the general manager of Kaboom Fireworks. For many years, we've retailed low-hazard consumer fireworks in Kitchener during the lead-up to Victoria Day and Canada Day, and more recently, Diwali. We operate 80 seasonal retail locations across Southern Ontario, including Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, Guelph, Fergus, and Stratford. We manage firework programs at major retailers like Canadian Tire, Giant Tiger, and Walmart, including stores in the region. In total, we sell in about 130 municipalities in Ontario, so we're familiar with municipalities and work constantly with them to achieve goals together. Nearly all Ontario municipalities continue to allow both the sale and use of consumer fireworks. And we follow, as people have mentioned, I realize there'll be some repetition, so I'll try and maybe skip some stuff here, but we follow all municipal bylaws and strict federal explosive regulations, which require, amongst other things, approved safety instructions to be provided to every customer. We hire local staff and we rent space from local property owners, and we proudly serve hundreds of families who enjoy fireworks safely as part of their longstanding holiday traditions. I recognize and understand there have been some troubling incidents involving fireworks in the region. It's unacceptable activity, and we fully support increased fines and enforcement action against those who act irresponsibly. However, banning the regulated sale of consumer fireworks won't stop these bad actors. It will simply penalize the families, businesses, and individuals who do follow the rules. The proposed sales ban requires further thought. It will be confusing to people. If a sales ban proceeds, longtime customers will no longer be able to buy fireworks locally. Local staff will lose seasonal jobs, landlords will lose rental income, and retailers will lose long weekend traffic to their stores. Meanwhile, unregulated vendors could pop up selling unsafe products without safety instructions, possibly to minors. And online purchasing, while a good idea, it could lead to stockpiling, unsafe storage, less weather-informed decisions. A lot of people buy their products kind of last minute, depending on how things are looking and what their plans are, possibly creating more risk rather than less. Now of all times, we should be protecting Canadian businesses, workers, and traditions. And I'd just like to flag a technical issue in the proposed bylaw that maybe points out the need for more thought into it, and it's the exemption for sparklers under 2 milligrams of explosive substance. I believe the intention was to exclude sparklers from the sales ban, but as a point of fact, even a small, like a tiny birthday cake sparkler will exceed 2 milligrams by 8 times. So essentially every sparkler will be banned. To me, that at the very least shows that the bylaw needs further review and revision. We urge council to engage further with the industry. You guys are asking great questions about increased safety handouts, focus on education and increased enforcement rather than banning the regulated sale of consumer fireworks. Thanks for your time and your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasparian. There don't appear to be any questions, so thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Tom Jacobs. Welcome, Mr. Jacobs.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and members of the community. My name is Tom Jacobs, and I'm here representing Rocket Fireworks, a Canadian-owned business that's been proudly serving communities across Ontario for 2 decades. We believe in celebrating safely, responsibly, and joyfully. To put it plainly, a fireworks sales ban doesn't work. It doesn't stop fireworks, it only pushes them underground. In cities like Brampton and Caledon, bans have created an explosion of illegal fireworks sold door to door and out of car trunks, which frustrate residents because bans can't be enforced. When you remove regulated legal sales, you don't remove demand, you just lose control. Legal sellers like Rocket Fireworks follow all federal safety regulations, provide clear instructions to buyers, and offer guidelines on timing, noise, and environmental precautions. Illegal sellers, they don't care about things like this at all. They don't check IDs, they don't advise people on safety distances, and they certainly don't help you to clean up after. A ban only takes away safe, controlled access and gives rise to the black market. Now, I know concerns about the environment and animals are at the heart of some of this debate, and it's rightly so that they are. But let's make decisions based on evidence, not on emotion. According to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the environmental impact of occasional small-scale fireworks displays, such as those permitted in Kitchener, is negligible. Gary Wheeler confirmed, the ministry spokesman Gary Wheeler confirmed that fireworks used by individuals a few times a year pose little risks to drinking water or aquatic life due to rapid dilution of any residue. The chemicals are mostly destroyed during combustion, and what remains quickly breaks down or disperses. And what about wildlife? The Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry has said the disruption to wildlife from fireworks is temporary. Animals may scatter due to noise just as they would during a thunderstorm, but there is no long-term harm. Even the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds found no evidence of fireworks affect conservation outcomes or bird populations in any measurable way. That said, we in the industry don't deny these concerns. We address them. We advise consumers when using federally legal and registered products to inform their neighbors, to keep fireworks away from wildlife areas, to clean up debris, and ensure pets are safe indoors. These are common sense practices, not reasons for prohibition. We all care about the environment, but let's not confuse regulation with eradication. Responsible use, education, and enforcement, not bans on sales, are how we ensure both safety and enjoyment. Community fireworks are a cultural expression, a family tradition, and for many, a form of joyful connection. Kitchener doesn't need a sales ban. What it needs is an enforcement of its existing bylaws, support for public education, and partnership with licensed retailers to promote safe use. So I ask you, don't punish the families who follow the rules. Don't abandon the local businesses like ours that keep your celebrations safe. And please don't hand over your streets to the underground market. Let's work together to keep Kitchener festive, safe, and responsible. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have one, Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for coming in, Tom. Really do appreciate it. Just a quick question around, I think my concern is more the nuisance, the individuals, I guess few out of the many, as we've heard many times. What is your suggestion around mitigating the nuisance coming from those individuals? Because handing them a pamphlet and educational material, in my opinion, doesn't seem to be working. But what are your thoughts on that, please?
I agree. For people who aren't looking to act respectfully in the community, and for people who are bent on doing something that's that can cause harm to others, or that's irresponsible or disrespectful, they don't care that you handed them a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
So part of our education is working with the cities. We strongly advocate larger fines. If you have a $500 or $1,000 fine, or even a $5,000 fine, it's not enough. Find people who are, The problem is we have the few bad apples, right? So we're trying to maintain the tradition there's so many families that for cultural and religious and, and for cultural and religious reasons and community reasons, have these really important traditions, and they love their fireworks. They can go back generations. And then we have the few people who are spoiling it for everybody. And it's a shame when any activity, it has to cease because of a few ill-behaved members of the community. So we advocate much stronger fines, stronger enforcement. Set an example, right? When you catch someone, have a $10,000 fine, have a $20,000 fine. I think City of Mississauga, which did change their bylaw and maintained fireworks use, has instituted a $100,000 fine. And we're very much in favor of that. So we need, from retailers, we need licensed retailers who work with the city, and I think that I don't want to jeopardize anyone's. I think that this business depends on specialized retailers. When you put it in a convenience store, it's true, they just want to make a fast buck, but this product, and they put the firework beside a bar of soap, and they're just looking to make a sale. I don't think that this product is a highly specialized product, and it needs education, and when it's vended, you need someone educating the consumer on what's appropriate, right? And being respectful to your neighbors. So in addition to stronger fines, I think we need to keep this in the hands of specialized retailers who are long-term stakeholders and, are very fearful of losing their livelihoods. And so they are very much looking to work with the city to curb these problems. We want to be part of the solution. We're as angry or more angry about people who act irresponsibly than you are. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Tom. Do you have an association of business owners that sell fireworks within the Kitchener area right now? Is it an organized community of folks coming together?
Of fireworks retailers?
Yes.
We do, because we are bonded together by the CNFA, which is
is that like the national group?
It is a national association that has worked with many cities, like Edmonton and so major cities and smaller cities, in reformulating bylaws and trying to solve some of these problems. So we are binded together by that group, and that group has worked together with cities in developing education programs. And some of the, it can be about, some of the programs are not just here's the bylaw, but it's about acting considerately, respecting your neighbors, making people, unfortunately not everyone, especially, not everyone is aware that they don't even have the thought that making a loud noise, might disturb someone who's going to sleep earlier. And so we all do activities in our society that someone won't like. I have a parade that goes by my house early in the morning once a year, and I don't like it because I work late and I'm trying to sleep, but I don't complain about it because it's occasional. I think if we kept fireworks occasional to the days that they are supposed to happen on, then we wouldn't have these issues, right? Would anyone complain about 3-4 times a year? So we have to eradicate and have stronger penalties and make it known that we do have these penalties so we can stop usage outside of when we want it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have one more question. Can I quickly squeeze it in?
Go ahead. There's no one else in the queue.
Okay, thank you. So if there was an opportunity, well, let me first say this. Did you get a chance to speak with staff during the discovery finding and reaching out to different cities? Was there an opportunity for your group to have a conversation with our staff?
We would love it, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you have not, but you would love to have a conversation.
Would we like to have a conversation with yourself, or have we had one?
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm asking, are you asking me if we would like to have a conversation with your staff, or whether?
No, with staff, with our staff. Would you be willing, as a community, as a group of retail fireworks sellers, to have the conversation?
Absolutely. With the CNFA, so our group and yes, absolutely. We would like to work with the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify that, Councillor O'Dooney, staff have had regular dialogue with the representative of the association who's come in previously, Mr. Kanji, and I mean, staff can speak to this, but they they've had a number of conversations with him, and he's listed as a delegation this evening, but I believe he's coming from City of Waterloo this evening as well, so he's trying to cover both locations. Oh, he's here, okay, there you go, he's here already. There we go. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Waduni.
No, I just wanted to say, what I was talking about was the local Kitchener retailers. Are you saying he's representing all retailers, including the Kitchener ones?
That's a question you can ask him later when he comes up. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stretch.
Yes, Tom, do you know if to be able to sell fireworks, do you have to be a member of the CNFA?
You do not, but we would like that to be in the city's bylaw, so that there's a standard of training, and that you've met that standard, and that there are regulations to ensure that each and every vendor is selling responsibly.
Okay, and once you are certified by the CNFA, what do you earn when that happens, and does that cost money?
No, so there's the CFNA doesn't, there's no charge for certification. And you would earn a certificate from them that you are licensed or that you are recognized as a responsible seller. So someone who has the knowledge of the product and who can safely educate the public.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you so much.
Our next delegation is Lovedeep Grewal. Welcome, Mr. Grewal.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I sell fireworks in the city of Kitchener. I have been doing so for the past 17 years. Started off as a university student working for a fireworks store, and now I do it as a side business just to pay the bills, put the kids through hockey. It's a great business, but we understand there are some bad apples that we have been having issues with, whereas council recommended that we should have higher fines with anybody that's misusing them. There should be, as council recommended, a time frame where fireworks should be let off, and there should be strict punishments for that, which we agree with. But the sale, we disagree with, because if you say you're going to buy from online, you're just opening up a can of worms. Anybody from online can be selling from anywhere, potentially anywhere from the US, Canada, but it'll be most likely from Canada, but somebody that's not regulated, not educated, and even it's so easy to get them, right? If you're buying them from online, any children who don't know, they can get it from. Well, when you're coming to a specialty store, somebody who's been selling, we have the education. We learned from CNFA. We've been doing it for so many years. We educate right at the cash out that this is what you need to do to light them off. These are your regulations from the city. We have that one-to-one chat with our customer, which are usually 95% of our customers, I wouldn't even say 90%, are small families that are just putting a show together, it's coming up for Victoria Day, come for Canada Day, and they're just having small family fun in their backyard or on the street end where we're seeing we used to see a lot of families get together on the street, put money together and have fireworks at. One person dedicated to get the fireworks, one person's family's duty is to clean up after, and just a whole family fun environment. But now if we're going to ban the sale, it's going to take away a lot from people like us who've been selling. It's just to make, it's not a huge business. It's only 3 weeks of the year we sell, right? Just to pay some extra bills, that's all it is. But as a side income. But even for a lot of the corner stores, I know people have been saying, but even for the corner stores, there's a little uptick in their sales. That helps them, pay the bills, just those extra sales, just to get them going, and especially in this economy that we're in today. So I think this sale is not your solution, education is, where industries like where the CNFA comes in. So I know CNFA has, I have a colleague who sells in the city of Mississauga. They now have to do a course from the CNFA in order for them to be licensed. Otherwise, you're not allowed to be licensed in the city of Mississauga, because when you do the course, it's an online course, but the retailers now has to be educated. It's now part of the bylaw in the city of Mississauga that you have, anybody that's going to sell has to finish that course and have the certificate for them to sell. And now they have to also be present, who does that course, at that store. It can't be, I do the store and I have somebody else selling there. So, and when the bylaws comes, they look, okay, you were certified from the CNFA, Lovedeep Grewal, your licensed XYZ company, operator, Lovedeep Grewal. So then if somebody goes, that's where the seller is now a stakeholder. Now, if somebody goes and misuses or we sell to somebody underage, we are the stakeholders. So therefore, we're not going to make that mistake. But if you ban the sale, somebody's going to come Monday, Victoria Day, everything's shut, that corner bank shut down, perfect location. I'm going to pull up, somebody's going to pull up a minivan, open the back door, and start selling. And that can be done as soon as they're gone, van's nowhere to find. But if something was to happen, say something drastic happens, investigation doesn't come back to, oh, I bought those fireworks were bought from Lovedeep. Then Lovedeep's at stakeholder. In order for us to get a license, there's a $5 million liability insurance policy we have to provide to the city of Kitchener. If we do something bad, that goes, we're out of business. So we are not going to do anything bad. So therefore, we're educated. We have a lot on the stake. So when you're going to take the sales away from people that are educated, who are responsible, you're going to have unresponsible people selling. And then it's just going to be opening up a whole can of worms. And where I believe education, where the noise level comes, I think where we've seen, I've done some research, uptick in complaints and noise, as everybody knows a Victoria Day, everybody knows Canada Day, those days are fixed. Diwali ends up falling on a random weekday, anywhere from October 15th to November 15th. So that's where I think a little bit more education, where some of the community members are not educated about that holiday, going, where this needs to be put. I've noticed that city in Toronto, I've noticed in Brampton, I've noticed in Mississauga, where cities tend to put up billboards prior to that fireworks are only allowed to be let off 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. from dawn to sunset, and that's after there will be strict fines. Where the community is educated, pamphlets are sent out, it's put online, and the billboards I've seen tend to work. I've even seen some cities go far as putting on bus stops, but obviously there's costs involved with that. And where I think one of the councillors, I think Councillor Paul said, yeah, if, you know what, if us, somebody that's been selling for, if our permit, I can't remember on top of my head. So if the permit fee is $250, that $250 needs to go to $275 to $300. Yeah, we'll have to bite the bullet and work with the city on that. It's fine. We're willing to work with it. But that's where I think the education needs to come in. And Councillor Ayo, yeah, as you're thinking, so noise, right? So when it comes to noise, I know the industry is working on a lot of things to reduce that noise, but again, where certain holidays that are embedded into us in the society, where Canada Day, Victoria, we know certain holidays now, Diwali has now come in the last few years into play, where people don't know, even we don't know what day it's going to fall on, right? So that's where I think further education to the community needs to, hey, on this day, there will be something, so they're aware, not all of a sudden it's a Wednesday and there's fireworks going off at 10 p.m. and somebody else, I would be pissed off too. So that's where I believe education does need to come. The sale, banning the sale, is not the solution, because if you're going to have somebody go to Waterloo, Kitchener, I'm from Ayr, somebody comes to us, and they're just going to bring them here, and then you're going to have nobody to call out on it. But if we're here selling, we're regulated, we have to pass, right now we just filed for inspection for my store today. The fire department's going to check everything, and then the entire week we're on our tippy toes. The fire department can do a surprise visit. Bylaws can do a surprise visit anytime. So we need to be regulated, and we have to make sure that there's nobody, that we're not selling to anybody underage. We're informing, we're governing, because again, it's our livelihood, it's our bread and butter. So why are we going to risk that? But on the recommendations of where increased fines, I think they should be. Anybody to any other crime they will commit, yeah, somebody's gonna go drink and drive, yes, they should be punished to the fine. Somebody's gonna go light off fireworks and do something not rational with them, they should be fined at very high levels. Those are things I do agree with, but I think sale is not gonna solve our problem. Education, I think, is the key. Industries like the CNFA organizations, I think, have been doing a really great job of educating even us as sellers. I think the work they're doing is great, and working with them would be a step forward, and we work together with the city to move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was just going to ask you if you can wrap up, because the clock was started late for you, so thank you. You're done your presentation?
Thank you.
Okay, no, we have some questions for you, Mr. Grewal. Thank you. First up is Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Grewal, for coming out and talking about, your concerns with our proposed bylaw. And we hear a lot, we've heard and we will continue to hear a lot about the education piece. But my question, and I'm not going to ask every delegate this, I'll ask you this because you're here. Do you think those people who were shooting, fireworks at people, including a Waterloo councillor, do you think they knew of the safety risks of using that as a weapon?
I don't, like I said, there are some bad apples that you'll give them anything, they'll do something bad with them. Every firework is regulated by the federal government. There's instructions and the use of it written on it. As retailers, we provide whatever pamphlet we have, and we recommend that as City of Cambridge is that we provide more for others. But if somebody's going to get something, it's like getting your driver's license. It's a privilege, right? It's not a necessity. And same thing, buying fireworks, it's a privilege. They buy it, but if somebody's going to do something, and we try much as we can. And a certain part of one of the retailers online had mentioned a product by the name of Roman candles. I personally, I don't even carry that. I refuse to buy it from my suppliers. Even if they were to give it for free, I won't sell it. Because that is something that teenagers tend to have these fights in the park with, because it's a low-grade firework, but it's still shooting out a fireball. And that I feel it should be banned across Canada. I would recommend the City of Kitchener just ban that out in their bylaw. That product should not be allowed. I personally don't carry it. I haven't carried it for a few years in my own store. But I can't stop other retailers from carrying it.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess the answer would be that, people they ought to know what the dangers are.
Yes.
And how to use them safely. Some just choose not to.
Yes.
Okay. And is there an idea of how, again, we've heard a lot about these online and the black market fireworks sales. Do we have an idea of how many of these are actually sold? How many are used today, are sold via the black market or online?
Don't have an exact number, but I can tell you if there's 10 stores licensed in the City of Kitchener, on the day of Victoria Day on May 19th, there'll probably be 30 stores selling.
Selling unlicensed?
Selling unlicensed. There'll be probably 30 to 40 retailers selling on the day of Victoria Day. And that's where I tend to argue what ends up being somebody, myself or Tom from Rocket Fireworks or Kaboom. We go through every single process. I just finished paying my fee to fire department today and submitted my application. I'm going to be preparing my store for my fire inspection to be passed, and the bylaw department's going to come in. And we're always ready for any surprise visits throughout the week. But come that weekend, I'm licensed, but somebody will come to my store to check up on me, but there'll be somebody across the street, then we have to call 311 to complain, hey, there's somebody selling illegal fireworks across the street from me. I think those are where regulations need to come in, and policing needs to happen. Don't come to the person that's already spent $1,000 on getting fees and is liable for everything. Let's go to the person that's selling across the street without anything in a minivan.
Okay.
And there will probably be 30 people selling it and 10 people licensed like ourselves.
Right, okay. My last question, and we've heard this concern come up as well. Can you purchase fireworks from the United States and have them shipped to Canada?
No, you cannot.
No? Okay.
It's just as bringing up firearms over.
Right. Right, so that would be stopped at the border.
It'll be stopped at the
So
border.
the only way online would be throughout Canada that you could buy.
Throughout Canada, some people do, again, they even bring drugs over, right? So some people do tend to bring them over. Obviously, it's not as a fire. They do bring certain fireworks over that are now banned. One of the councillors had said fireworks when they were growing up were less. Actually, there were more, because now what we have in Canada is fireworks. The difference between firecrackers and fireworks are in the sky. Before, what we used to have, say, 30 plus years ago or even 40 years ago, were firecrackers. They would light up right in your hand with a little wick and just blew up. Those were the things that were blowing up in your hands, causing kids to have fingers out, nails out, and those were banned by the federal regulation. And we only carry, in the States, you carry firecrackers. We only carry fireworks in Canada, and they're only up in the sky, nothing on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. No, sir, there's more questions. We have several more people. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
See, that's the problem when you make a good delegation. Everyone wants to ask you questions, so there's a big list of other people wanting to ask you the same. Councillor Deneau did ask a number that I had, but I will dwell a little deeper on the online sales. I'm not looking at you to answer all and just two specific questions, but based on your understanding and market share. Do a lot of residents buy from online, or they go from point of sale locations such as yours?
From my experience, for almost past 17 years I've been selling, I feel individuals, families, we end up tending to build a relationship with the customers. One, we're only there for a week, and families tend to come to us for our recommendations of what's new, what's not. Online, they're just buying blindly, right? What you're seeing on a video, we tend to, what we purchase, what we sell, tend to use them ourselves first, talk to our suppliers, what we're going to sell them, and sell according to what the city, every city has a bit of bylaws, minor difference, so they like to get that information from us. In our business, we have more one-to-one interaction with the customers. Even today, obviously, we had to change with the digital age. I will still say 70% of our customers are in store, 30% online.
Okay.
But I do see more stores that are starting to pop up online now, more and more retailers.
Do you sell online as well, or?
We had to obviously change with the times, right?
So you're selling
We
online
do
and
sell
on
online
location?
as well, but
And are you finding you're selling more online than in store?
we still do brick and mortar stores, pop-up stores more, because that's just where the relationship with the customer is. I feel like that's still stronger in this industry right now.
Do you only have one location, or you have more than one?
I run one in Kitchener, but we have other multiples in other municipalities.
Do you hire in that location, or do you work there, or you hire staff?
I've hired, and I work at one or two locations myself.
Okay, so you're hiring people for your business as well. Okay. You outlined that there's certain fireworks that should be prohibited. I agree with you.
Yes.
The Roman candles are obviously definitely
a concern.
A concern for safety. Are there other fireworks that could potentially be put on the banning registry, or when it
in my
respect
opinion,
to noise and all that?
in my opinion, anything besides sparklers that are handheld, anything that can possibly be handheld, a Roman candle being number one, an air bomb possibly, but which people they get scared of the air bomb because it can be heavy, right? Because they won't hold it, but some people tend to. So Roman candle I think is the biggest culprit. It can be easily handheld. It's long, it's like a stick, but 12 to 14 inches long, and people, they just hold it from the back. It's not that powerful, it's not gonna shoot back at you, but it's gonna shoot out fireballs. And that's what teenagers and kids are the problem causers.
Okay, so even if you were to restrict that in store, provided that, sale of fireworks is allowed in the city of Kitchener, people could still buy those online
They
then?
can still buy them online. Like I said, I've stopped carrying them in my own store. It doesn't matter what kind of profit margin there are and what somebody's moving, I won't sell them. And I know my colleague, who's also my competitor from Rocket Fireworks, they don't sell them. Because we're a small community, we do tend to work with each other, talk with each other. Why sell something that potentially might put us out of business? But again, we cannot stop other people, other retailers that are in the industry too. But that's one item I think it has been a problematic item.
Okay, on behalf of Councillor Davey, are you a Kitchener resident?
Sorry?
Are you a Kitchener
No,
resident?
I'm from here.
Okay, all right, excellent. I think, yeah, you did say that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Mr. Gurul. I guess my question is, fireworks has become an issue that has been in the forefront with the media, but in particular in the public in the last few years. I've been in this position for almost 15 years, and I can almost pinpoint exactly when I feel like this situation has changed. I just want to hear your aspect on why has this industry so changed, and why is the public turned on it?
So, as I've been selling fireworks for a long time. What happened was where our industry came such in the limelight was through COVID, when everybody was home and nothing was better to do, and fireworks ended up being one of the to-go items, and we saw up in sales. But in return, now we're seeing that's where because it was not Victoria, it was not country, they were let off 2020, 2021, they were let off throughout the summer. And that's what we saw, and that's where all of a sudden the whole industry came to the limelight. And now with other communities in the last 10 years or so, as we have the South Asian communities coming, we have Chinese New Year's, we have Diwali, Diwali being a bigger one, where it has these other holidays that have come in place, which do not fall on are used to holidays of Victoria Day or Canada Day, and they're on random days, and all of a sudden people are going, why are these fireworks going off? Because they're not educated enough to go, oh, it's another celebration for a different community. It's like, why is somebody lighting off fireworks in the middle of October on a Wednesday or a Thursday night? And that's where I believe community education needs to come in, where people are aware of what's going on and what's happening. But at the same time, we are, as the city of Kitchener, has allowed to be respectful to all the communities that live here now.
Okay. I totally agree with your assessment. I feel like since the pandemic, it was like a switch.
Yes.
But what concerns me is that switch that was turned on all of a sudden went from folks that were law-abiding for the most part to now all of a sudden a lot of lawlessness. And so we're struggling to figure out how to manage that.
I disagree with you, Councillor, because from the sales end, I can tell you that switch is going back. I can tell you from the numbers, right? From what the tick we saw, what was in 2019 or 17, 18, 19 in sales, what happened 2020 July onwards, not in the beginning of the pandemic, but once we got used to the lockdown and stuff and people started 2021. But what started happening in 2023, we started seeing that trend down in sales, but the industry just became such a limelight in every municipality that has been going on for the past 3 years. But I can tell you from the sales that all those people that were purchasing now, as we're now back to normal, the new norm, I think it's getting back to from that. I can tell you that from the numbers aspect, or from what the sales were. Now we're getting back to what the sales were in 17, 18 with the same families, the same service expenditure. That whole tick is gone. But I just think the industry has just come in that limelight so much in the last 3 years. That is, no, we're just a hot topic now.
Okay. All right, thank
We're
you.
on fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sir, don't leave yet. There's still more. Counselor
Might as
Johnson.
well just take everybody's turn.
Counselor
Thank you,
Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Grohl, for coming in tonight. I appreciate you being here. I want to go back to one of your comments that you made. Actually, it's been a recurring theme through the comments tonight, and that's been around education. And you've said that you feel that the key to doing something about this is education. So can you tell me what you think the education piece should be, to whom, and start there, please.
Yes, Margaret. So, education is the key. I think starting number one would be the retailer, person selling, somebody who's being licensed needs to be educated first. Do they even know what they're selling? I think there needs to be maybe a course in place. As I had mentioned, the CNFA organization called Canada's National Fireworks Association. They have implemented a course that you have to watch online, then answer some questions and pass it. And City of Mississauga has implemented in their bylaw, in order for you to get approved for a permit, you have to have that course completed. So that way at least the city knows somebody, and then that course, whoever conducted that course, they have to be present physically at the location where they will be selling. So it can't be Lovedeep Graywall went to the course, but Tom is selling at Lovedeep's location. So it needs to be the person that's licensed, needs to be educated, so therefore the city knows, and then the city can come, and if there's any issues going, you knew this, you did the course. So not like you weren't educated, can't be like, I didn't know, because, well, obviously you were educated on this. So I think that's number one right there, where the retailer, and it's their duty, as we already gave out a pamphlet on the use of it. I think the City of Cambridge has, and the City of Kitchener can do it as well, where it's mandatory for the retailer to hand out a pamphlet to the consumer, where the onus is now also on them that they were provided information. Now, if they're going to light off in a place where they're not supposed to be, or on a time, if the timing is 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and somebody's lighting off fireworks at 12 p.m., and they're saying, oh, we didn't know. Well, no, you were given a pamphlet where you purchased from, and if they say, no, they weren't, then you come to the person and find the person going, well, this person saying you didn't, right? So there's where we got the cross and check balances there. I think that's where the education needs to be in place. And I think that should be embedded in the bylaw.
Okay, all right, thank you. You also said that you sold online. So is it just putting a pamphlet in with something?
Sorry?
Whenever you said that you also sell fireworks
Yes.
online.
So
what is the education piece
So
there?
when we sell online, our shopping cart, when you're done, there's an automatic pamphlet with your bill that goes with it on how to use.
Okay, so you're hoping that people read that then. I also want to ask you, you do know that the city has been doing education on fireworks for quite some time, as Councillor Ioannidis has pointed out, that we have, like, the increase in complaints and people's concerns have really gone up since COVID. So we've been doing a lot of education. And we're hearing that education is the key. So we know that this is happening, but the complaints and the concerns continue to rise. So I'm just trying to see how you can equate those two.
Yes, so where I had mentioned earlier in my speech is where, again, education and community awareness. Now, if we were to pull that data of when you get the complaints, and we can audit this end of this year, you'll see, you're going to have more complaints after Diwali. You won't have after Victoria.
We have complaints all the time.
You will have them
I'm
after.
sorry to interrupt. We have complaints all the time.
Yeah, you will have them because it's community awareness. People don't know that there's a celebration going on of a certain community celebrating their holiday. And I think that's where maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks prior to, I've seen other municipalities on the GTA where there's billboards across the city going, fireworks celebration for Diwali on this day, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. only. And anybody not abiding by that should be fined to the fullest.
Well, we get complaints on this all the time, but I think that we can perhaps go offline on that. But thank you again for coming in.
Thank you. Any other questions before I leave?
Yes, there is. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. And thank you, I'm over here. Thanks for answering all these questions. What are your thoughts on sanctioned events only?
Sorry?
Sanctioned events only. So like it used to have the large fireworks display at a sanctioned event where it would be in one big place where there could be, I guess people could bring lawn chairs or a stadium kind of thing.
I don't believe in those personally because fireworks, it brings families together.
But
It's more
the
of a
families
neighborhood.
are all there.
More of a neighborhood, more of a family together, a family get together thing. You're going to pack 10,000 people in a stadium in a park, right? It just doesn't have the same feel, right? It's more of, let me have, with my grandfather used to, right? Let me have spend time with my grandkids, extended families. On Diwali, that's how we do it. It's 10 families that will get together and have a little celebration in the backyard in the front store.
And you know what, you're absolutely right, because when I was a child, I remember in the backyard where we had our fireworks as a family. We were in the schoolhouse, we had but what do I do now when a resident calls me at 10 o'clock at night and sends me a video, and they're on their front porch and their entire street is filled with smoke and there's fireworks going off by cars that are parked along the street? That's not family.
No,
that's not a family event.
No, those people need to be.
So I'm going to ask you again, if things I think have gotten a bit out of control as far as fireworks go. I'm not blaming anybody here for selling them. That's you're making a living. You have a right to do that. But things are getting more out of control as far as fireworks. So if we all took a step back and looked at sanctioned events instead and tried to calm this whole thing down and see if that might work, because the way that things are going, you're doing everything right as far as a retailer is. You're doing everything you should be doing, but it's not working. And it's not solving the problem. So I'd like you to give some thought to sanctioned events.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to solve your problem because, again, as we said, there's bad apples in anything. We give out licenses, right? You're allowed to go get your G1 at 16 and you're allowed to get your driver's G at 17. Do we stop 17-year-olds from drinking and driving and causing issues, right? Smoking, there's marijuana stores all over. And there's people that are going to do, so people that are lighting off fireworks in their cars, lighting them for midnight, they should be fined to the fullest. And I agree with that. After 10 p.m., nobody should be lighting off fireworks. Nobody should be lighting them off where they're not allowed to be. And that's where enforcement needs to come. That's where bylaw needs to play. Where we as sellers do our part and educate, we do everything we can. Just like we don't go shut the LCBO down because they did their part. They checked their ID up until 25. They made sure everything, but there's going to be somebody that's going to do that, right?
So I'm just got one more question then. So what if we treated fireworks similar to firearms? If you want to buy fireworks, you have to have a license and be registered to buy fireworks.
It's just such a small time, right? Like firearms is something totally different, right? Fireworks, this is some small celebration with your family and your friends, right? Like usually we do it, I'll invite my friend, my brother over, hey, you're going to bring the food for the barbecue, one person's going to bring the beer, I'll bring the fireworks, and we're going to get together and with our kids and our extended family and have a small celebration. And it's more about getting families together, that's all it's about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Grewal. Okay, Council, I just want to remind Council, and we obviously want a fulsome discussion and debate, but we still have 24 delegations to go through this evening. So if, you may want to focus your questions on questions of clarification. Next delegation is Sherman here. Welcome, Mr. Here.
Good evening, Mayor, councils, and the member of the public. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. My name is Sherman here. I own Fat Boy Fireworks. We're one of the largest retailers in Canada. We're one of the very few interprovincial fireworks companies. So I've actually done this quite a lot in many cities across our great nation. I don't live in Kitchener, but I did attend the University of Waterloo where I did my degree, so I do have ties, deep ties to the city, and I always enjoy coming back. I'm here today to respectfully oppose the proposed ban on consumer fireworks in the city of Kitchener. Currently, fireworks sales are already pretty restricted because in Kitchener you can only sell fireworks for Canada Day, Victoria Day, Diwali, and the week prior. And if you're having any incidents outside of that, most likely they never bought them from a reputable dealer in the first place. They're probably either already bought online where sales are not 1 week prior. You could buy them year round. We see orders come in from cities that fireworks are illegal from like every day, and we email customers to let them know, like, hey, you know you're not allowed using this, or obtain a permit from your local fire department. But whether they choose to do that, I can't tell you. But whereas inside of our stores, like every city, a lot of cities are now, like the city of Toronto, city of Mississauga, city of Cambridge, all of these cities are giving us, like we're working with us to create pamphlets to give to each customers so we can actually regulate, like help everyone know like what the rules are like in each city, because every city is different, because some cities allow you to use fireworks before the holiday and the day after the holiday if you have a rain day. Some cities have rain days, most cities don't, but whatever the local bylaws are, that it helps us promote that on a city by city basis. And I heard one councillor ask earlier what do they do to online sales. We don't carry pamphlets for every single city inside our office. We carry the national guidelines, and we send that out with each order for the way we go. If the complaints are about misuse, we must recognize that the products that are involved were not purchased here. We talked about U.S. products. Somebody mentioned, can you buy products from the U.S. and get them shipped over? No. The short answer is no. However, you can go to the Native Reserve and buy 500-gram cakes, and which is about half an hour from here, which are totally illegal for consumers to use. But you can buy them off the shelf at any gas station on native land. Where they're getting from, we don't know. But having pop-up stands in your town allows us to, again, create friendships with the customers. We create traditions. We allow, and then we assist, and then also people don't have to store their fireworks. And we have customers who order for their July shows in April online. That means they're storing those fireworks inside their house. Improper storage is probably the number one cause of, improper storage and disposal is probably the number one cause of fires, if there's any fires that are fireworks related. One other topic I really wanted to touch on, nuisance. I keep hearing the word nuisance. Nuisance is correct. The fireworks are being misused, and there's 3 fireworks that are the main culprits: Roman candles, air bombs, and skyrockets. All of them can be purchased. The reason why they get misused is they're easy to conceal. A Roman candle can be slipped up your sleeve. An air bomb, a skyrocket can be put in your pocket. And the main thing is they're very inexpensive. You can buy Roman candles for 79 cents each. So they're easy to get in the hands of the people who want to misuse them. If you're looking at something, try banning these products. They're not major sales for us. They're not, the one other gentleman mentioned, our basket size. They're not $150 worth of skyrockets, I'll tell you that, right? So if we could get rid of the problem, the items that are causing the problems, you will see a decrease. We work with the city of Toronto already. We stopped selling Roman candles. We already saw their complaints and issues go down. Whereas anywhere that has banned the sale of fireworks, their issues are going up. So we would like to work with you guys. If you guys are interested in council, staff, if they want to work with us, we're more than willing to work with staff to create a responsible, safe environment. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heard. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Cheers.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stretch. Hold on, sir, if you can come back. Go ahead, Councillor Stretch.
You said Roman candles, air bombs, and what was the third?
Skyrockets. They come in a pack of 12. They're $4 each. They look like little pencil crayons, and they're easy to hold in your hand. And that's what we assume is what shot the councillor in the face in Waterloo. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Our next delegation is Audrey Hoitzenreuter. With a name like Verbanovich, you kind of get used to trying names. Welcome.
I never thought I'd be in front of the city council talking about essentially explosive devices. I'm kind of surprised that we have to do that, especially after the excellent report that the city put together. I wasn't prepared. I've never done this before, so I wasn't sure what to expect. And as I got listening to the speakers, I heard three things over and over and over again. Education, bad actors, bad apples, right? There's lots of bad actors out there. I live right downtown. I hear fireworks pretty much every night of the week. So, you know, it's having the fireworks. The bad apples are the fireworks, are the explosive devices. The education needs to be around what's wrong with fireworks. We kind of poo-pooed, oh, you know, the environment, the pollution just goes away magically the next day. We know that pollution doesn't go away and that there is no away. Fireworks set off nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, toxic metals leach into the earth, microplastics go into the water. In London, England, after their fireworks show, it showed a 10 times increase of microplastics in the Thames River. Those just don't go away. They end up in our brains. They end up in your baby's brains. We have a responsibility not just to now, not just to a few jobs, but to the environment. We just nominated a bird. We're a bird-friendly city. Fireworks do disorient animals. They do get over it. But in the time that they're disoriented, especially wildlife, they abandon their nests. They run into traffic. They can die. There was a mass killing of hundreds of starlings in Rome after a fireworks display. So these are dangerous items, and we're talking about them like it's a fun tradition. A fun tradition is opening a Christmas present. A fun tradition is not playing with explosives. We have talked a little bit about the physical harms, and I'm a burning schoolhouse gal myself, right? I have friends who are missing fingers. I have a mother who grew up in Nazi Germany. To the day she died, she was terrified of fireworks, the light, the noise. People with autism or who are otherwise neurodivergent, they are deeply, deeply troubled. And this doesn't just go away. It doesn't go away if it's in a tiny part of our community. It doesn't go away if we ban the sales. It goes away when we ban fireworks. And I think what the city has looked at is an amazing interim suggestion, but it's not getting to the nut of the matter, which is that the bad apples in this situation are the devices themselves, these explosive devices. There are lots of stats, and there were some really interesting findings in the report that I haven't heard anyone mention that said that 43% of the people surveyed said that there was no benefit whatsoever to fireworks. It's almost half the people are like, I don't care. 65% of people said they never go to fireworks shows. 65% of people said that they would love to see a ban on private use of fireworks. They would support a ban on sales. Now, one thing I have understood clearly is that you cannot safely ban sales, that it cannot be monitored, that it cannot be taken care of, that people will find their workarounds. And as I said, living downtown, I hear fireworks every night. So people are going to find fireworks and make noise if that's what they want to do. The problem isn't the sale. The problem is the devices themselves. They need to leave this city. I like the idea as an interim measure of public spectacles, and I remember the days of going to Columbia Lake and watching the whole thing. But this past Canada Day, I was on the roof of my building watching the police driving mobs of people with their cruisers, driving them onto Gaukel Street, while I looked over to the north and saw a Pink Heart drone show. I know which one I wanted to see more. So my call is for a complete ban. And I think that the city has given us brilliant interim measures for how we can ease people into that, including education around the inherent dangers and toxicity and harms of fireworks. So that is my presentation, which I completely changed after listening to the vendors.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in this evening. There don't appear to be any questions.
Okay.
Okay, our next delegation is Yuri Kasimets, and I believe Yuri is joining us virtually. Welcome, Mr. Kasimets.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me now.
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, okay, all right, good. Well, anyway, my name is Yuri Kasimets, and just my background very quickly. I spent 22 years in the military, a lot of which was in explosives. I spent 28 years as a federal explosives inspector, and since retiring the last 12 years, I've been doing some consulting. And so just to tie up some of the explosives regulation stuff, if a city or municipality is happy with the content in the federal law, then there is you don't even need to have a bylaw. But the federal laws don't get into things like penalties at the municipal level, permits at the municipal level, that kind of thing. Anyway, we've talked about the stricter regulations, the fines, and there are the group of seven, the 3 cities and the 4 townships that are working together. And I had to have a chuckle when I read that, okay, Kitchener has gone over the years from 3 days spread over a holiday, the day before, the day of, and day after, to 1. But North Humphreys has gone to 3 days, from 1 to 3 days. But anyway, I'll have to get that resolved sometime. Okay, we've talked. You mentioned the Explosives Act in your draft bylaw. The regulations are the explosives regulations of 2013, and let's quickly look into some of the things in there. So there are 3 terms that you use in the bylaw. For example, flame effects, sky lanterns, and model rocket engines, which are not fireworks. And I don't know, maybe your legal person has said it's okay to include them. I'll just mention that lanterns are small air balloons designed to carry an open flame, but they are not fireworks. And flame effects, and again, you list them in the definition of fireworks. You include flame effects, but the feds at the federal level, they say, okay, flame effects are not fireworks, and so you should refer to the NFPA 160 standard for the use of flame effects before an audience, and so this gets confusing if at the federal level they say refer to NFPA and your bylaw says refer to the feds, for example. Okay. Time is passing by quickly. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to mention is staff should get a hold of the various parts of the explosives regulations. Part 16 used to be consumer fireworks. Now, as of the last amendment, is now consumer fireworks and novelty devices, a brand new type. And so consumer fireworks, as you know, are F.1 type. Novelty devices are F.5. F.5, the federal government has seen that they're not that dangerous. They're low hazard, and therefore 16-year-olds can buy them and use them. And so you have a bylaw that very specifically says no one under 18 will possess them. So, okay. And what about toy pistol caps? Toy pistol caps are fireworks. If you ban fireworks, you ban toy pistol caps, okay? And again, anyone under 16 can buy toy pistol caps and use them. So, okay, just bear with me for a sec here. And okay, we've talked about enforcement and education, and I'm a firm believer. Okay, I'm getting down to 30 seconds. Okay, okay, and you have a bylaw on woodlands. I mean, how is any person that's using fireworks going to read that and decide what the corner lot, the woodland there, does it apply to that? But anyway, okay, I will write my comments and get it to staff or anyone else who's interested. And, okay, I've run out of time again. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Kasimets, and there don't appear to be any questions, so thank you for joining us this evening and sharing your thoughts with council. Our next delegation is Aleem Kanji. Welcome, Mr. Kanji.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, to staff and to fellow residents that are in the room. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again with you this evening. I'm here on behalf of many residents, vendors, members of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, and particularly residents, I mentioned that off the top, that can't be here this evening, to express concerns about the proposed fireworks sales ban here in Kitchener. Let's start with the facts. Fireworks, as we know, are restricted to only 3 days per year. If the current limited use model hasn't addressed concerns, it's hard to believe that a sales ban, which is even harder to enforce, will solve the problem. In fact, just last week, another municipality right here in Waterloo Region rejected an identical ban for these very reasons, despite the report before you that states that the proposal is consistent, it's unified, and it's aligned regionally. The intention to reduce noise and improve safety is very much understandable, but this ban would unfairly penalize tens of thousands of residents who use fireworks responsibly. A complete ban won't deter a small group of delinquent users. It will only punish those who follow the rules and celebrate. Now, Kitchener receives about 3,500 noise complaints per year, and fewer than 10% are related to fireworks. The vast majority, as we know, stem from loud music, construction, traffic, commercial activity, and even pets. Are we going to ban those too? If not, why are fireworks being singled out? The report focuses heavily on communities that have banned fireworks, but over 98% of Ontario municipalities, including our neighbours in Guelph and London, have not. These cities have chosen a more balanced path, and we should ask why. Enforcement is another serious issue. Even today, bylaw officers struggle to respond to fireworks complaints because delinquent users ignite them and they leave before anyone arrives. In 2023, this council adopted a staff recommendation in this report not to ban fireworks due to the lack of enforcement, resources, and widespread availability in other communities. That reality has not changed, and the report still offers no enforcement plan. Let's talk about economic impact. A sales ban would drive out over 30 vendors locally, jeopardize the jobs they support and their families. Is this consistent with Kitchener's commitment to buy and support local? That's a question. Even more troubling is the loss of education at the point of sale. Retailers play a critical role in informing customers about safe and responsible use, and they operate under strict regulations and fire codes. Remove that, and residents will turn to unregulated sellers, roadside stands, or even bringing fireworks across the U.S. in their vehicles, or even First Nation reserves. Residents will also stockpile fireworks at home, not in regulated stores if they are banned. This will increase community safety risk and eliminate oversight entirely. Fireworks carry deep cultural and religious meaning for many, from Canada Day to Victoria Day and to Diwali. In 2023, Diwali saw the most fireworks complaints in Kitchener, not necessarily because of safety issues, but possibly due to cultural misunderstandings. A blanket ban risks marginalizing cultural traditions and alienating communities that celebrate them. Bans do not eliminate fireworks. They drive them underground. We've heard about Mississauga adopting a more stringent approach with significantly higher fines for illegal fireworks use, aiming to deter severe violations. Kitchener, while increasing its fines, maintains a more moderate penalty structure. And even North Dumfries, as I said a week ago, chose to increase their fine dealing with fireworks. Council members from the municipality just next door to us opposed the sales ban, calling it, and I quote, illogical, overly restrictive, culturally insensitive, and unenforceable. Rather than impose a ban, I urge Council tonight to adopt a more thoughtful solution, specifically enhance option 1 before you in the report. Keep the current system and make it stronger, by education. We can talk about some of that. Designated areas possibly as well. A permit system. Targeted enforcement. Stronger setback requirements as well. In closing, I will ask council to kindly not move forward with the ban that will strip away oversight, it will damage local business, and it will divide our community. Let's collaborate. The city, the community, and the industry. Our plan promotes safety, respect, and celebration, and a ban won't solve the problem. But cooperation with residents and with industry that sell, I believe will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanji. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming in, Mr. Kanji, again. So you mentioned when you started off that many residents contacted you. Like, do you have a number of how many residents contacted you about the concern?
Through you, Mr. Chair, about what concern? About this item or about
fireworks? Yeah, you earlier in your opening statement, you said lots of community members reached out to you. So do you have a number? Like, was it 10, 20, 100, 200?
Probably north of 29 amount of people that are in the room tonight. As I said, there are many people that are not able to be here tonight. Those residents, those people that celebrate responsibly, I'm here on their behalf.
Okay. So non-sellers contacted you as well? Because you just mentioned that vendors contacted you somewhere in the room. So non-vendors also contacted you about the concern about a ban of the sale?
Absolutely. And, you might have seen recent media after the April 14th meeting here, where folks have reached out and they have asked, how are we going to enforce the sales ban? What does this mean for my local community celebrating by bringing communities together? And absolutely, there are numerous people that contacted the Canadian National Fireworks Association from Kitchener. And I think there was a good question raised about bringing folks together. We could talk about that. Numerous people did, absolutely.
Okay, because I will tell you the opposite, that we, myself personally, and a few of my councillors I've spoken to, we didn't receive any concerns about this item being moved forward. We actually received emails saying thank you very much. And so, I'm just saying, I find it very hard that some residents reached out to you instead of the council to voice their concerns, because it happens to us all the time. When we bring something forward, we'll hear both sides. This time, I didn't hear the other side. I heard thank you.
Well, we represent enthusiasts as well, those that celebrate responsibly in communities, from neighborhood groups, associations, local BIAs that promote things in their community. And so I can't speak on why you didn't receive any phone calls, but certainly there are members of this community that can't be here tonight. Maybe they're watching the Leafs game, I don't know, but they are not here. And they have a voice in this community. I think those that generally complain or talk to you about proposing something that they have a sightline with, sure, they'll contact you. But I think those that use the products responsibly, the tens of thousands in Kitchener, are starting to wake up to the fact that this could be a sales ban in this community and have serious, legitimate concerns about how that's going to be enforced at the taxpayer dollar and how they can continue to celebrate responsibly, given it's just a ban on sales right now. But what will it lead to? Your comments on April 14th, Councillor, were quite telling in saying that you anticipate that in the next couple of years, we're going to move to a ban on use. That is not what we're talking about tonight. But
no, you're right. We're talking about the ban of the sale.
Right, but I think presupposing that 2 years out, as you had mentioned, has raised a lot of concern in terms of how people can celebrate responsibly, and if that is actually going to continue.
And I don't want to get into debate, but unfortunately, people aren't celebrating responsibly. There are those who are not celebrating responsibly, and unfortunately, the bad always outweigh the good. And so, how long is it before somebody actually kills somebody with one of these?
How long is it before somebody kills somebody?
Yeah.
Is that the question? Through you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a bit draconian, that somebody is going to get killed by using a firework. We have stats. The Canadian Hospital for Injury Prevention will show you that more people get killed driving drunk,
candles, right?
using candles. in other sorts of ways, but we're not talking about banning those things. We're talking about banning the sale of fireworks. And I think, respectfully, through the chair, it is a little bit draconian to talk about somebody that's going to die in this community. I don't think that's really fair to the tens of thousands of people that celebrate responsibly in this beloved city of Kitchener. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming in. I just want to clarify, are you with the CFNA? Are you part of that organization?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I am the Chief Advocacy Officer of the Canadian National Fireworks Association.
Okay. And we heard some of the delegates talk about the certification that they have to go through. Do they receive a certificate of certification?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. So I know I've spoken about it at previous council meetings, but I'm happy to inform folks again tonight what that's all about. And it's a great question. So the Canadian National Fireworks Association has a vendor certification and a separate employee training program, which promotes education at the point of sale through our education programs. I will say, Councillor, it's kind of modeled very similarly on the Smart Serve program, so that when you buy alcohol or are served alcohol, the person who is doing that has to know the telltale signs if perhaps you've had or someone has had an extra drink, or we can't serve them for reasons, and checking identification and things like that. So we model that very similarly. And I can tell you that there are municipalities, and this is something that we've suggested to staff, that embed that kind of education right in their bylaw at no cost, so that it would be mandatory that for those that are selling fireworks, they have to be approved. There's a minimum grade required in getting the certification of the vendor certification and the employee training program. That doesn't come just by taking an online course. I can also tell you that there are fire chiefs across the country that have looked at our programming and have said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel because we like what we see. It is all-encompassing, and it is something that really puts the onus back on the industry, on our dime, not to your taxpayers, to make sure that those that are selling the products, and ultimately they are selling it to the people that buy them, are trained and are giving the right information to the public. Strip that away tonight, Councillor. Take away the legal sales, and that's not even an opportunity for us to participate with in Kitchener. We do that in other communities, like I said, and I think it'd be great if we could do that in Kitchener. I think it'd be a great service to the residents of this city, and I think it would avoid death as well.
So thanks for that great explanation. So once they are certified, do they receive like a certificate that could be displayed in their retail operation?
So they're both online courses,
right?
And certificates are received. Now, if a bylaw in Kitchener said that must be posted, kind of like the dine serve inside of a traditional restaurant that shows you're entering a place that is free of rats and mice, etc., we would support that. And I think if you were to embed it in your bylaw, I think that would be great. So a certificate is provided. There's nothing in your bylaw right now that says people must print that and have that in their place of business in Kitchener. But I think that's something we could absolutely get behind, Councillor.
Okay, I think that would give consumers confidence that they're buying a certified product from a certified retailer.
I think you just nailed it perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Next up, I have Councillor Michaud.
Hi, thank you for coming out tonight. What's your thoughts on going back to sanctioned events like we used to have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Michaud, I think it's a great question, and I'm going to tell you why. Because there are some in our community that really like the big events, right? They like coming to big events, and they like celebrating as a community. There are others that don't, and we have to find this balance. And some don't like it, particularly coming out of COVID. There are those that are immunocompromised. Maybe they can't find a parking spot in the City Hall garage. or, around adjacent communities. And they like to celebrate. They like to bring their neighbors together through smaller events. And I think we heard some of that tonight around folks that can pitch in the 30, 50, 80 bucks, whatever it is, and bring the community together, the street together, the neighborhood together. And our experience in cities across the country is that large-scale events do not replace individual use. And keep in mind as well that when you have larger-scale events, it's a different grade of firework. To the resident that is in downtown Kitchener, you're going to hear it at a different sound and decibel level in a larger community event than you would with consumer-grade fireworks. That's a fact.
Right. Now, so let's just go back to what I always go back to, the burning the schoolhouse days. Go back to those days. Were the fireworks that we put off in our backyards as kids 20, 30 years ago, were they of the same power as the ones that you're selling today to just any neighbor or resident?
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Michaud, it's a very good question. What I can tell you is that there are 4,000 plus products approved by the Explosives Regulatory Division inside NRC in the Government of Canada.
But I'm just asking you a question. Were they, in your opinion, were those fireworks that we put off 30 years ago, are they the same power as the ones that people are putting off on their front lawns today?
I think, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, just like vehicles have changed, and
just the question.
I'm going to answer your question if you would allow me. Thank you. There are different types of fireworks that are approved. There are over 4,000 of them. I have sent this to council previously, and I would invite you to read this under nationalfireworks.ca by clicking on research and the classes of fireworks and dispelling the myth of silent fireworks. There are a lot of communities that talk about, let's have quieter fireworks, let's have silent fireworks.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not
folks.
asking for I just want some clarification, Mr. Mayor, please.
Okay,
I'm not
specific
asking
question,
for-
specific answer.
Yeah, just a specific answer. I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm just asking, were the fireworks 30 years ago, were they the same power as the ones that are going off on front lawns today?
I think perception is in the ear of the listener. I think to ask that question is to look at the evolution of the industry. Yes, things have gotten quieter, and silent fireworks are something that are talked about routinely in our industry. The question is, and the problem is that silent fireworks are not actually characterized by the Government of Canada through Explosives Regulatory Division in the government. So things have changed for sure, but I think it's perception that some people feel may be louder, in other people's minds they may be quieter. It's all in the eye of the listener, in the ear of the listener, pardon me.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions, Mr. Kanji. The next three delegations, Stuart Smith, Sunny Singh, and Harm Gill, who are all virtual, are not in attendance, so we'll move to Delegation 13, James Fawcett, who's joining us virtually.
Hi there, thank you very much. I'm a resident of Kitchener.
Welcome, Mr. Fawcett.
Thank you, and I'm a consumer of fireworks. One thing I particularly enjoy about fireworks is being able to go to my local Canadian business. I support local Canadian business, and I want to be able to continue to do that. I've been using fireworks as a memorial since the passing of my father about 5 years ago, and usually one or both of my brothers will travel from England to come over for it. My dad always used to take us to go and see fireworks shows in England that were put on by one of the big businesses in our hometown. The fireworks stores that I go to always sort of make an effort to make sure I get the best kind of fireworks. I appreciate their advice. I really rely on their expertise to make sure that we're getting the right thing and we know how to use them safely. I recognize some of the people that have spoken today as people who have sold me fireworks in the past. And one thing that I really appreciate is that they know how to use them. They teach me how to use them so that me and my family can be safe. We don't want to be keeping explosive fireworks at our home, so we go and get them on the day that we need to use them. And that's kind of part of the fun of it, when we go as a family and go and spend time talking to the salespeople about the best ones and how to use them properly and what kind of order to set them up to get the best visual effect. So we really appreciate having somebody to go to. I think that's really, really important as part of that sales experience. I just really wanted to get in touch and speak about supporting local business.
Sorry. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Fawcett, for joining us this evening. There don't appear to be any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is AJ Tandell. AJ Tandell. Okay, not here. And we'll move on then to Preeti Dulku. Welcome, Ms. Dulku.
It's very short, sweet, and simple. As a consumer of fireworks, I would like to be able to purchase my fireworks in store instead of online, just because they are an expensive purchase. They're not that too cheap. And I want to know what I'm getting and not expecting any delays or any damages when it comes to shipment. Also, it goes away within like few seconds to 5 minutes. So I want to make sure that I'm getting the right product and the right show for my whole family to view as well. It's easier for me to my family to choose fireworks when we can see them in person, and especially online, I'm not too sure which product I'm going to be purchasing. If it's going to be small, if it's going to be too big, I want to make sure it's just right for my neighborhood since it's pretty small. And especially the sales associates, I've always been speaking to them since they know exactly what type of fireworks or what, and they can always guide me in terms of the right purchase. So I always use them, and I really hope I can continue to use them since I don't like to talk to a screen. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a question for you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in today. I'm just wondering, are you a Kitchener resident?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Dulku. Those are all the questions we have. Okay, our next delegation is Sarah Goodhart, joining us virtually. Oh, okay, well then come on down. It's always great to have people in person.
I'll keep this short because I don't want to be repetitive, but I am a resident of Kitchener and I live in the Laurentian West districts, the neighborhood. I do have 2 kids, and when I was growing up, fireworks were very, very important to me. It was all my best memories with my dad were putting on fireworks shows in the community. And I actually moved to Kitchener from Toronto to have to raise my kids, to have a more community feel. And every Canada Day, I do organize a fireworks show with about 4 families on my block. And it's just easy to organize this in person when we go to the store. It's hard to get, people's money, like to be able to split the budget online, as well as it's a bit confusing. Like, I don't know what all the fireworks do. There's so many options. So being able to go in and have the representative number the fireworks, tell me how to safely use them, is really important. Also, while I was sitting there, I noticed like the flags behind, promote local, support local, and I'm a huge advocate of that, especially in these times. And I always try to shop locally, and I want to continue to be able to do that. So. Yeah, it's important to me. It's an important tradition. I was worried when I heard this that a ban was on the table, and to me, it doesn't make sense to ban the sale of fireworks and not ban the use of fireworks. So, if this is a stepping stone to ban fireworks, I want to say, as a local resident, that I am against that ban, and we might as well ban alcohol because it's harmful, and I think it affects people. More so than fireworks. And not that I'm saying we should, I'm just saying that those two equate in my mind. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a question for you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in. Just a question. You mentioned the joys you had growing up as with your family. About how long of a fireworks display do you like to put on for your children?
We do about 10 to 15 minutes. Around there. It's pretty expensive to do, I think, anything longer than that. And, kids don't have very long attention spans, so about 10 to 15.
Okay, thank you. Just curious.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you for sharing your family perspective. I think this has been asked of others as well. What's your feeling on sanctioned event so that we could have a more coordinated, kind of facilitated firework display as opposed to individual amongst the neighborhoods? And that seems to be where some of the issues that arise from. So you still get your kick out of it while still ensuring that it's in a safe and well-managed location.
I mean, I always advocate for more community events, so I would be happy to see that. However, I do also like having this smaller community event as well. So to me, I really like knowing my neighbors. I didn't have that when I was in Toronto, and this just allows us to get together more often. And yeah, I think I would advocate for both.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Goodhart.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Dylan Tuck. Welcome, Mr. Tuck.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. I'm a local resident of Kitchener who, like many of us, look forward to the few nights a year where we get to gather with family and friends to light up the sky and celebrate what we love about this country and community. I grew up with fireworks being a part of my life, not big, dangerous, improperly used fireworks, but a nice family display where we picked out a few select items and those items helped bring us together when we set them off. It made holidays feel special, and now as an adult, it's something I still look forward to and something I want to impart onto my children one day. I don't believe banning the sale of fireworks is the right call here. I think it makes things less safe. When you remove legal, regulated sales from our community, you don't stop people from buying fireworks, you just push them to buy elsewhere. And what's available elsewhere? Often unregulated, homemade, or damaged products. These sellers may not follow the same safety standards, and they definitely don't offer guidelines or education like many of our trusted local vendors do. What we're really doing is making it harder for responsible residents to buy safe, local, and legal products. Instead of walking to a nearby stand somewhere where someone will check ID, explain how to use things safely, and follow local laws, people will drive out of town or order online. That's not protecting our community, that's putting it at risk. And beyond safety, we're also hurting locals who depend on these seasonal sales. These aren't run by big corporations, they're operated by people who live right here in our town. For many, it's an important source of income during the summer months. Taking that away doesn't just affect their bottom line, it affects their ability to support their families and stay rooted in this community. When we ban local sales, we're not just losing fireworks, we're losing part of our local economy and the hardworking people behind it. I believe there's a smarter solution. Keep our sales local, keep them regulated, keep them safe, educate people, set reasonable rules, and increase fines. But don't take away our long-standing traditions that bring joy, connection, and support for the people who live here. Fireworks are part of how we celebrate, how we gather, and how we remember the good in each other. Let's protect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in and sharing your views with us.
Thank you.
Our next delegation that was scheduled to be virtual is Vaibhav. I don't believe he is here. So we'll move on to Delegation 19, Lucas Kabata. Welcome, Mr. Kabata.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin with a personal story. Growing up, one of the most memorable parts of celebrating Canada Day and Victoria Day was going with my parents to the local fireworks store. It wasn't just about buying fireworks. It was about the experience, browsing the aisles, asking questions, feeling the excitement build. It was all part of the tradition. That tradition added depth to the celebration. It became a core memory that I carry with me to this day. Moving fireworks sales exclusively online risks removing that experience for future generations. It's something much deeper than just a transaction. It's a connection to community, family, and celebration. Secondly, many older adults in our community struggle with technology. Ordering online might seem convenient on paper, but for people who aren't tech savvy can be a frustrating barrier. Many are uncomfortable entering credit card information, navigating unfamiliar websites, or dealing with shipping delays. This could effectively exclude them from participating in something that's still legally permitted. Third, shopping costs are a serious concern. Fireworks are considered hazardous materials and are expensive to ship. With rising tariffs and ongoing inflation, these costs will only increase, and those costs will ultimately fall on the customer. This discourages many people from purchasing at all and creates a situation where only some can afford to take part in our national holidays. That takes away from the inclusive, community-oriented nature of these celebrations. In addition, physical stores offer built-in safety and oversight. Staff can verify the buyer's age, provide safety guidance, and help people understand proper use. Online platforms don't always guarantee that same level of care. There's a real risk that underage individuals could access fireworks without any supervision or instruction, which could lead to increased safety concerns, something I know we all want to avoid. It's also worth pointing out that removing physical fireworks sales may unintentionally create challenges for cultural and religious communities. While Diwali is thankfully acknowledged as an approved day of fireworks, restricting access to online-only sales could create barriers for families who simply want to celebrate their traditions like everyone else. And finally, we can't ignore the economic impact. Local fireworks shops, especially seasonal pop-up stores, contribute to our economy. They create jobs, support small businesses, and keep money circulating within our own communities. Eliminating these storefronts risks sending more businesses out of town or even out of province, especially if large online sellers step in to fill in the gap. In closing, I respectfully ask that Council reconsider the proposed restriction on in-person sales. This change would impact accessibility, diminish long-standing traditions, and hurt our local economy. I believe we can maintain safety and community values without removing the option of purchasing fireworks from physical stores. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabata. There don't appear to be any questions, so we appreciate you coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Parm Gill. Parm Gill. Okay, Mr. Gill doesn't seem to be here. Our next delegation is Robert Williams. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Mayor and esteemed members of council, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm representing Bird Friendly City Kitchener, who you've already heard from tonight. As part of our mission is to identify and mitigate threats to birds in Kitchener. So as such, my comments are going to be more narrowly focused and to the terms of residency. I live on Wood Street in Ward 9. Our chairs, Meredith lives in Ward 8, Jen lives in Ward 9. I don't know where everybody else lives, but we definitely represent Kitchener residents. And we're in support of the city implementing the strongest measures possible against the sale and use of fireworks, as well as continuing to explore the alternatives for the city-sanctioned displays in future iterations of the special event strategy, as was discussed at the most recent Community and Infrastructure Services Committee meeting. As we approach World Migratory Bird Day, which is this Saturday, actually, we'd like to draw attention to impacts on wildlife, especially birds, that augment the importance of action on this issue. The repeated noise associated with fireworks, louder and more persistent than common thunder, causes birds to flee roosting sites and panic during fireworks displays. Loud noises, bright flashes, and smoke are disorienting. They cause birds to fly erratically or at lower altitudes, leading to crashes into buildings or other obstacles. The panic in flight lasts longer than one would think. Affected birds expend so much energy that they forage more and move less in the days and weeks after a firework event. This departure can lead to nest abandonment, and increased time spent compensating for expended energy can result in disrupted feeding of their young. Longer-term environmental effects include the fallout from fireworks of perchlorate, which inhibits thyroid function, and heavy metals. Deposits degrade air, water, and soil quality, and bioaccumulation allows these substances to work their way up and then linger in the food chain. In closing, we'd like to thank city staff for their effort on this issue, for collaborating with other municipalities to come up with a recommendation set that's intended to be as easy to comply with as possible, as noted in the report. And we hope that council and staff continue to consider natural and environmental impacts in further investigation and in future action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. There don't appear to be any questions. We appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Mo Markham. Welcome, Ms. Markham. Yeah.
And council for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate all the work that staff has done on this issue, and I hope that eventually there's a recommendation for a total ban of private fireworks, and that the city will eventually also consider alternatives to their public fireworks displays, such as drones, light shows, lasers, etc. I know that a ban will affect some businesses in town, and I understand that they're concerned about the economic loss. This is unfortunate, but I feel like it's necessary. I believe that one of these stores is a chain, and there are others that are pop-ups. But I hear the vendors speak over and over again about safety, but that isn't what we've seen in Kitchener and the surrounding areas around fireworks. That's just not what's happening anymore in our cities. I understand that people may simply go elsewhere to buy them, but I also know that most people won't go to that much trouble, and I think that that would be good if they didn't. And I appreciate the City of Kitchener working with other local municipalities on working towards a ban and or more control around this. I know it's difficult for the city to make such a decision in the face of financial loss for some people, but I believe it's council's job to look at the greater good. When identification began to be required for buying cigarettes, I'm old enough to remember going into a store as a small child, buying cigarettes for family members. Some underage kids still figured out how to get them. We wouldn't say that there's no point in having that restriction there now, because it was possible to get around it. And I think we should apply the same logic to beginning to ban the sale of fireworks. It's necessary, even if it isn't going to be perfect right away. Again, when smoking was banned in public places, when bylaws that individual cities implemented hurt some people's businesses. The regulations were later picked up by more and more cities and eventually provincial and federal governments. When health information was added to cigarette packages and public campaigns against smoking became widespread, the same thing happened. Even when new gun controls come in, it affects the people who are selling them. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be controlling those things. I understand that guns aren't firecrackers, but these have been weaponized in our cities, as we know, and they traumatize people. They hurt, maim, displace, and kill wild animals and birds and their young, and damage the planet that we all share. Although these animals and birds aren't voters, they're still part of our community, and part of our community that don't have a voice. We need to be their voice. I think a 2-minute search online will tell you that the people who deal with the birds and pets and wild animals who are injured, such as the Guelph Humane Society, the Vancouver Humane Society, and others, say that animals and birds don't just get over it. It continues to affect their lives. They're injured, they're hurt, etc. They're killed sometimes. I believe the time has come to move on to new traditions and new ways of celebrating together. Just as farmers began planting ginseng and peanuts instead of tobacco, businesses and families and neighborhoods can adapt to new ways of celebrating holidays that keep everyone safe. I also think that if the city is going to consult with industry, they should also be consulting with nonprofit animal and bird rescue and protection organizations, as well as environmental organizations, since we know that that's part of the issue. I hope that you do vote for a gradual outright ban of the sale and the use of individual fireworks in our city. And it seems that the predominant number of people who took your survey online also were hoping that that's what you would do. Thank you for your time, and I also hope that eventually the city moves to more environmentally and compassionate tradition for the City of Kitchener's public display and considers other alternatives that we've talked about before, drone shows, displays, light displays, etc. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mo, for coming in this evening and for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Tanmay Thakra. Tanmay Thakra. Okay, it doesn't look like Tanmay's here. Our next delegation then is Parm Najjar.
As a consumer, I do believe that having a retail outlet to buy fireworks is much safer and more practical than just buying online. For myself, the fun in getting fireworks is taking my family to a retail outlet and allowing my kids to see the available fireworks. In person, you can see all the available fireworks that are available to buy. And you can ask the retailers about specific products. And it just gives you a broader idea of what you can see. When you're trying to buy online, you don't have that same experience, right? It's really hard to see, like, kind of guessing what you're gonna buy. It's kind of difficult to do that. If this only available online, this will cause a massive confusion and consumers will be in the dark of what they want to buy, right? So if you cut off the retail stores, yes, online sales will increase. However, more consumers will be forced to buy from out of town or to buy from illegal sources. This means that more fireworks will go into the wrong hands, and unfortunately, that would cause more bylaw infractions. So in closing, I do request the council to reconsider their proposed ban on fireworks being banned for sale in City of Kitchener. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Najjar. There don't appear to be any question. Oh, there is. Hold on, Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I apologize if I missed it, but are you a resident of the City of Kitchener?
Yes, I am.
You are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next delegation is Ankur Javeri. Welcome, Mr. Javeri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council for the opportunity to address the council tonight on this matter. My name is Ankur Javeri, and I was here last fall to present the harmful physical and mental health implications of fireworks. I support the staff's recommendations of amending the bylaw to prohibit the sale of fireworks within the City of Kitchener and fully support the increased regulations governing the permitted times for setting off fireworks, along with the increased fines. If passed, I believe these changes will act as a forcing function for citizens to plan in advance, increase awareness, and promote use with safety considerations for those we share the city with, humans and other living beings. As a person of South Asian origin who celebrates Diwali, I feel the staff's recommendations respect religious and cultural sentiments while showing consideration to the environment and safety within the community. Personally, my family and I choose not to burst fireworks on Diwali. Diwali symbolizes light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance. Over the last few years, we have seen a rise in misuse of fireworks and neighborhoods suffering from noise, air, and ground pollution. I don't think we need to revisit the fireworks-related incidents that have caused harm to a number of people in the city. I do not wish for people to remember Diwali in this manner. The festival is supposed to bring people together, no matter what their background is. Let us do good and not ignore those who suffer because of fireworks. Let us be creative and find ways of celebrating that do not harm our fragile environment that we ought to protect, like art and music shows that promote culture, drone shows, and augmented reality methods like projection mapping. I feel proud to be living in a city that was recently named a bird-friendly city by Nature Canada. I feel proud to be living in a city that recently received a recognition award of being one of 210 tree cities of the world. And I feel proud to be living in a city where I don't have to worry about wearing a mask to combat bad air quality before stepping out, which has become a common sight in many cities around the world. I would like to mention a translated quote from Lord Rama, as per scriptures, whose victory we celebrate on Diwali. Quote, "We live in a sacred space where every tree, river, and creature has its purpose. One must live in harmony with them, not as a conqueror, but as a guardian." End quote. Considering where our bylaws are today, these proposed amendments are in line with the spirit of balance that Lord Rama's teachings are all about. I hope the members of council agree to implement them and that we don't see any fireworks-related incidents in the city that prompts us to get back here. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Michaud.
I just want to thank you for that insightful commentary and just know that I love Diwali and I love everything about it, and I totally agree with you that it could be at risk just because of perception, because of the way that everyone's reacting in so many different ways to this fireworks situation. So thank you so much for coming out tonight.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Javeri. Those are all the questions that we have. Thank you for coming in this evening. Our next delegation virtually, I don't believe is here, Akash Shah. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. Vinod Vyas. Welcome, Mr. Vyas.
Mr. Mayor and esteemed councillors, I'm here on behalf of Canadian National Council of Hindus. I do not live in Kitchener, I live in Mississauga, but I represent 1.4 million Hindus across Canada and about 20,000 living in your city. So I'm not going to talk about fire sales. I'm going to talk more about perspective of Hindu celebration, the importance of fireworks for us. So you need to understand that we came from about 50 countries when we came to Canada. A lot of us were persecuted in those countries. We came from Idi Amin persecuted us and we had to overnight leave Africa. We were not admitted by India, but Canada was the new home for most of us. It's important to understand that we came here because of freedom of religion, freedom of expression, which is enshrined in the Charter. Prohibiting religious festive practices like fireworks infringes upon our constitutional right. Same for freedom of expression. Moreover, when we come to Canada, and I came here about 25 years back from the United States, I've been celebrating Diwali for about 55 years globally. And we believe, when I came and I saw that Canada was a place where I could actually practice my faith in every sense of the word. But today, in the last few years, I see things are changing for us. And I want the councillors to be educated about the religious significance of fireworks for a practicing Canadian Hindu. Fireworks is not a mere form of entertainment for us. Fireworks is a part of our devotion. Practicing Hindu, which are and hundreds of thousands, if not 1.4 million, across Canada. On the day of Diwali, we do special prayers, we make special food, and a part of the special prayers is fireworks. Now, one councillor said that why can't we have collaborative fireworks, community fireworks? We do community fireworks 20 days before Diwali. It is the day on which we believe our Lord Ram defeated the evil king Ravan. But that's the community day. But the day of Diwali is the day of individual celebration for us. We cannot be going out of our houses and doing common fireworks. Then there is typical, some things my colleague, other friends talked about, symbol of light over darkness. Bustling of firecrackers and sparkles visually represent the triumph of light over darkness in Hindu theology. It's a part of our, where we come from, it's part of who we are. Each sparks the prayer and thanksgiving for the blessings of freedom and goodness. Expression of faith, that is very, I think it's very central to Canada. Participating in fireworks is a way for Canadian Hindus to connect with centuries-old religious customs. It is spiritually meaningful as lighting candles is in other faiths. It's a joyous of divine blessing that is central to Diwali's observance. Cultural and social significance from perspective, and what I talk about as a Canadian Hindu also applies to about 850,000 Sikhs in this country, a lot of Buddhists in this country, a lot of Christians and Muslims who come from the Indian subcontinent. So when we hear about fireworks being banned or sales being banned, we see it as a predecessor to the total banning of fireworks. Typically, for my family, and by the way, I love animals. I have dogs and I have horses, and I actually love them. But that does not prevent me from doing my fireworks. Typically, for a Canadian Hindu or a Canadian Sikh family, it's a 3-generational affair. Your grandparents, your kids, and yourself, you're in the same house on that day. And it is the passing of tradition from one generation to other, teaching them their values. There are a huge population of Indians are coming here, and they'll become future Canadian citizens. For them, it is the connection to the tradition, the fireworks. Personally, I'll give you my example. I have about 7 different neighbors that come from different parts of the world, different religions. And for me, we all celebrate together. So there's something called cultural pride in fireworks. I will not talk about the economic impact. Then I want to say that bans do not work. Brampton banned fireworks. It did not work. They do more fireworks than any other city. So but do I recognize that there is a problem? Yes, there is. There is a problem, and the way to deal with it is to work with the community, to talk to them, to educate, as a lot of my other friends have said. And I represent CNCH, and we are willing to work with the city. I've already passed on my information to the city, and we are willing to work with you. But banning is not the answer.
Thank you, Mr. V.S. We do have a number of questions for you. First up is Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in tonight. I just want to clarify, you do realize we're not looking at banning fireworks, we're just looking at banning the sale of fireworks.
I absolutely do, but I see it as a first step towards banning of Diwali, as not just the fireworks, banning of Diwali in my terms. So we see it as one step, and history has shown us that when we allow one thing to happen, it takes to the next, and that happened in Nazi Germany. For us, this is a very, very serious matter.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in and expressing your views. I have a question. I don't want this to come off as ignorant. I don't have a full grasp of your religion, but when you celebrate Diwali, is there any issue with the rules that for fireworks, for setting them off before 10 p.m.?
Absolutely not. And I absolutely, as I'm saying, that we are willing to work with the cities, and anybody who breaks the rule should be penalized, like Mississauga does, $100,000. We live in Canada, we are Canadians. We will follow the law here to the T. But that does not mean that we give away our fundamental rights, as any other Canadian does not want to. So yes, the timings, the quantitization of what kind of noise is allowed, that's all relevant. But banning is never an answer.
And you did mention education. Do you think there would be any problem at all with the temple communicating the rules for fireworks?
Absolutely not. I would suggest that the organization that I represent, it has following across Canada. A lot of large temples are part of it. And we would love to work with every city. We are actually working with cities across Ontario. We're going to extend it to Alberta, BC. I have my email sent in with my presentation. I have my phone number in there. And I represent a lot of temple heads as well, in the sense that they're part of that organization. So we'd love to work with the city.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, our next councillor is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vinod, you raised some points. I'm just trying to understand the full aspect of your concern. Like Councillor Deneau has said, there needs to be clarity that City Council is not looking to ban firework display on the 3 allowed days for Victoria Day, Canada Day weekend, as well as Diwali. That's not a question of today. It's the prospect of sale of fireworks in the city of Kitchener. Where do you see that issue? How do you see that as an infringement of the rights of, more specific to the association that you represent, of South Asian, I'm not going to specify, say Hindus per se, just South Asian residents or South Asian Canadians that want to celebrate with a display of fireworks. That's one. Second is, and I'm looking to you to get better ideas, because I think we need to figure out a way forward, because there is a negative perception that's starting to develop around the display of fireworks, especially around Diwali, because there's a lot more individual, display of fireworks in smaller neighborhoods. And I think there's some lack of understanding about the bylaws, local bylaws that are in place as well. And that's where I think there's a resistance that's starting to form. So where do you see us doing better in informing and working with the residents? How do you see that we can curtail, I don't want to say bad actors, but misinformed, because they're perhaps practicing in a way that they grew up in other parts of the world. That's not necessarily what's allowed here. How do you see us working with that community going forward? And coming back to my original question again, this is not infringement of rights. We are still allowing it. Do you still see an issue nonetheless?
Yeah, Mr. Singh, thank you for your question. And the first part of the question is, I think I addressed it, I'll address it again, that we see the ban on sales as a first step towards banning the entire fireworks scenario. And again, I don't sell fireworks. I'm a consumer. But I fear that when we allow one step, then it takes the next step and the next step. Many people brought up this thing that there are problems with fireworks, animals. I have animals. I love them. They brought up things about pollution. Somebody brought up things about people dying with fireworks. Well, people die in car accidents too. Do we ban cars? Cutting trees is not environmentally friendly. Do we stop cutting trees for our Christmas celebrations? The answer is no. So, to answer your question, yes, I see the banning of fireworks sales in the city as outlets as the first step towards something which we don't think is an end result, which we would welcome in a multicultural Canadian society. Now, the second question you brought up is that Diwali's perception, and it is absolutely correct. It is absolutely right that because of Diwali, there have been more fireworks, but it is also equally right that we brought in loads of students from the Indian subcontinent. It's not an issue that the city controls over the last few years. We're making $30 billion a year from students coming from India, and those kids who came into India are not your regular Kitchener subjects or subject Canadian citizens out here. There were people who came here to study. They were not culturally aware of how Canada works, and they did not understand the fireworks were there in the market. They picked them up, they used them, and that's what's creating the uproar. But they're not here to stay. And if they stay here 5 years, they'll understand how Canada operates. So that is what brought the uproar, because you had, 10,000 students here in Conestoga who all came from India. And they were all doing fireworks in the parks, in places where they were not supposed to. But should that penalize a Canadian citizen like me who's been here 25 years, or my kids, or my parents who've been here for 50 years? That is my question to the council. When we make policies, they can drive in a certain direction. So I hope I answered your question that what happened. It was a temporary phenomena. With the new control in the immigration policies, we hope to see it go away.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, and thank you for coming out tonight. I first want to say Canada is a multicultural country, and we take very pride in that. We are proud of all the resident citizens that live in this country, and I, for one, respect everyone regardless of their nationality, beliefs. And I'm not sure that we should intertwine Diwali with the fireworks situation that we have. And I'm going to go back to the comment I made a little bit earlier with regards to a resident calling me, videotaping their street was filled with smoke this particular night and firecrackers were going off on their cars. I never once thought for a second that was a student from East India. It didn't even cross my mind. All I thought is how out of control fireworks are right now. So what I'm asking you is, if we decided to pull this back for now, let's just pull it back and try to get things under control, and of course, celebrate Diwali and celebrate all the occasions that we can at a regulatory time. There's no indication that we're going to ever get rid of fireworks. That's been decades and decades long, but it's gotten out of control in this city, and we're trying to find a way to bring it back to a calming area. Is that something that you
So I addressed it before. For us, the fireworks, controlled fireworks, in the preview of the city laws, is something which is a core part of a religious celebration. We're not willing to give up on our religion.
No.
Because we came to Canada so that we could practice our religion freely. Do we want to obey the laws? Do we obey the laws? Do we believe in them? Absolutely. Do we want our help as a community in setting things right? Absolutely, yes. And we are willing to help you.
Then would you be willing to work with us if we go towards this banning the sale of fireworks, but not the actual fireworks events?
See, that's not my place to answer, banning sale of fireworks, because that's not my place. I was not here for that. I was worried that banning of sales of fireworks would lead to banning of fireworks period, would lead to banning of Diwali period.
No.
So that's how I perceive it.
And I appreciate that.
There are about 30 other people who talked about why sales should be, and I see there is an economic impact of them, especially in Ontario. And I believe that the business person who owns multiple companies, we should have the freedom to do what we want to do, as long as we are not infringing upon we are not breaking the law. I support every small business in this city and anywhere in Canada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vyas. There aren't any other questions. Thank you for coming in and sharing your views with us this evening. Our next delegation virtually is Milan Patel. Mr. Patel is not with us, so we'll go to our next in-house delegation, Paresh Soni. Paresh Soni. Okay, and then our last delegation is Amit Sharma. Amit Sharma. Okay, that appears then to be all of our delegations that we've had registered this evening. So we will move to questions of staff. Councillor Singh.
Mr. Mayor, I've had the privilege of being able to go and for a bio break, but there are staff that have been sitting for a long time,
that is
perhaps
true.
before we go to.
We can do that before we go to questions. But before we do that, just recognizing it's already 10:24, and if we take a 5-minute bio break and there's still a lot to do. Councillor Ioannidis, you're moving to go past 11? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? Okay, and waiting for two others, if they're still there. Are they still there? Thank you, thank you. Okay, that's carried. So we'll take a 5-minute bio break and we'll be back. Good evening, everyone, and we'll continue now with the discussion, and we're currently dealing with item 6.4, the fireworks bylaw review, CSD report 2025-052, listed as item 7.1.c. We'll now go to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty obvious we've had a lively discussion, more specific, sorry, I have something in my mouth, from the industry in advocating the continuation of the sale of fireworks. One of the points that they've made, which I think it's fair to ask our staff, although we're considering banning within the city of Kitchener the sale, people can still buy them online. How do we consider engaging that, or do staff have in mind of doing further advocacy, perhaps with the provincial or federal government, where we could be at least recommending the restriction of sale of certain specific fireworks that can cause some major issues, along with some other additional controls that are outside our jurisdiction? Like what are our go-to beyond just restricting locally?
Ms. Phylactu?
Thank you. Through the mayor. Right now, we haven't started advocating with the federal government or having conversations with them, just knowing that the federal election was coming, and we wanted to wait to confirm any changes to the Ministry of Natural Resources that regulates fireworks. Staff are more than willing to work with our government relations team here at the city to engage them and have those conversations. As mentioned today through the delegations, many of the businesses already have an online platform. We currently have 20 businesses that are licensed to sell fireworks, 4 of those being temporary, and the other 16 are just merchandises that are sold in other types of retail stores. So we would work with them over the next year, because we're not proposing this to come into effect till 2026.
Yeah, that's another good point, that it's not immediate. It'll be for 2026 January onward.
That's correct.
Ms. McNeil, you and I have had some exchanges back and forth in looking at the enforcement of this beyond the proper enforcement. Again, it's additional restrictions or improvements to the bylaw, but I mean, unless people know what, that they have to pay a fine or there's a recourse to bad behavior, they're going to continue on with the same type of patterns. In a staffing perspective, I understand that our bylaw officers have to be trained specifically for this type of thing or enforcement to do this. Do we have the ability to tap into or request assistance from neighboring municipalities, for example, townships that may not have as major of an issue, but they have bylaw officers that could be available to us for those 3 days for enforcement?
Ms. McNeil?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Singh, we certainly can do that. We can reach out to them. We do have an agreement with City of Waterloo currently where they second our officers for St. Paddy's Day and for homecoming. So that's something we can look at. I would just caution council that the townships don't have a lot of staff on, and they typically don't work weekends or evenings. So I don't know what the appetite will be there, but we can certainly have the conversation.
Is this something that staff can carry on and looking into some more specific details as to what may be available for us on those days? Or do staff need a specific direction as part of the motion, directing staff to have those conversations?
Through the mayor, I don't think we need direction from staff. I think we can reach out to the townships and have those conversations to see whether that would be something that they would be interested in. We'd have to enter into a memorandum of understanding with them.
Okay, and staff will update council at a later point, see how those conversations have progressed? Great.
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, I think just as someone who works with our township councillors and mayors, I will just say that, and I think we should ask the question, but they do have very limited staff in comparison to us, and if they've taken a focus on the enforcement route, I imagine that might be a challenge. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions, then I'll have comment at the appropriate time. My first question is, sorry, I don't recall if this was covered in the original report, but do we have the ability to ban a classification of fireworks? So in this case, I'm going to say projectile type fireworks. That way we could still have the old schoolhouse type things and then ban the ones that could actually be used more, like as we've seen, as weapons, actually.
Ms. Flactu?
Through the mayor, we would have to look at it more closely. Right now, the way the Municipal Act gives us permission to regulate fireworks is around firework bans or regulations. It doesn't go specifically into if we can dive down into individual types of fireworks. So staff would have to look into that in more detail.
But it's sounding like it's not explicit that we can, as far as you're aware.
It is not explicit.
Okay. And the only other question I had was, we heard from a number of delegates the notion that better education could solve this issue. So I'm wondering if staff could maybe highlight some of the things that they've done in the past with respect to education when it comes to fireworks.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Staff did a lot of education throughout the year. So we created posters and postcards that were provided to all the businesses that had a license to sell fireworks. They were required to provide it with the sale of their fireworks, and it came directly from our fire prevention team. On top of that, the bylaw enforcement team spent a significant amount of time doing education, creating information about the do's and don'ts, what the rules and regulations are, what the enforcement fines are, and had reached out and sent information to sports groups, neighborhood associations, post-secondary institutes, businesses, social agencies, religious groups. I met with the temples in the region, cultural groups. All our city buildings had the information posted. There was a mass mail out, and we decided to have them all translated into the top languages spoken in our region so that they were available in different languages.
That was very helpful. Thank you. I will have comment at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question about the CFNA certification. I asked the question of one of the delegates about displaying the certificate. Do we or could we make that a part of the regulations for a retailer that they should display their certificate of certification, so it would give consumers confidence that they're buying from a certified retailer who's selling certified products?
Ms. Flactu?
Through the mayor, at this time, it's not a requirement we were looking at, only because the businesses are already required to display their City of Kitchener business license and the permit from the fire prevention team, which would show that they have been inspected and have gone through the proper channels.
Okay, just hoping that maybe this could be just one more layer to add to the comfort for the consumer.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So we heard a delegate earlier talk about North Dumfries changing direction on where they're going. Can you give a little detail on that for me?
Ms. Flactu?
Through the mayor, yes, North Dumfries went forward with the same recommendations that we did on April 14th committee. Their council decided to only implement the regulations around increasing their fines. They currently only have one or two vendors, so decided that the ban on the sales was not needed in their community. However, Waterloo went to council today, and it was supported at their council, the same recommendations that we put forward April 14th.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Schneider asked this question, and I think I just want to make sure I understood your answer. So we don't currently require vendors to display their CNFA certificate. but we do require them to have a fire inspection and a city business license displayed.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And my last question is around, and it's just because I wasn't on council, but how did we get to the decision of only having fireworks on these 3 dates?
Sorry, Ms. McNeil?
Thank you. Through the mayor, so Victoria Day and Canada Day have been long-standing holidays that we've permitted. We added Diwali probably about 8 years ago at the request of some delegations that came forward to council. So I believe it was 2 years ago when we came forward with an amendment to the current fireworks bylaw where we had been asked to look at some further restrictions. So we had gone from each of those holidays, you could do the day before, day of, day after, and we had reduced it to just the single day in an effort to try to be more restrictive with the regulations. So the 3 days have now been in effect for a number of years, those 3 permitted holidays, and then the reduced number have been in place for about 2 years.
Great, thank you. And I have a little bit of time left, so I'll ask one more question. The fines, can you help me understand how you got to the fines that are currently or proposed to be currently charged for?
Certainly. So City of Kitchener is under an AMPS program. So what we have done is we have our set fine amounts for a ticketable offense is where we have increased the fine amount to $1,000 for a first offense and $1,500, I believe, for a second offense or recurring offenses. We do have built into the bylaw, we still have the ability to charge through the provincial offenses court, and we do have it built into our bylaw. So for a personal charge against somebody, that would be a maximum of $50,000, and to a corporation, it would be $100,000. So we do have those heavier fine amounts, but they have to be awarded by the courts, which, as we know, is a lengthy process, and is up to a justice of the peace to determine what they think is an appropriate fine amount. So we would never be guaranteed that $50,000 or that $100,000 fine. So the AMPS bylaw allows us to have higher fine amounts, but they can't be punitive. So we felt that in collaboration with our partners across the region, that $1,000 mark would be persuasive enough to maybe keep people from wanting to receive that high of a fine and may change their mind on being non-compliant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the 3 days of these celebrations, how many fines have we given out over the last, let's say, 4 years?
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Thank you. Through the mayor, so last year we changed our strategy. Council had asked us to do a proactive approach, so we did that. And last year we issued 33 charges. So those were at $400 apiece. And previous to that, when we were just simply doing reactive, we issued 1 or 2 a year. So we were basically chasing the calls at that point, going with the proactive strategy. What we've done is we now pull the history on where the complaints were the previous year. We position staff proactively in those neighborhoods, and they are out there looking for people who are setting off fireworks.
So 33 at $400.
Yeah.
Right? So $3,600 roughly-ish. No, I don't know. Math's not my forte. Do you think an increase in an education program to consumers is one of the keys to stopping some of this bad behavior?
Through the mayor, I do believe it's a combination of both education as well as higher penalties. I think where we started last year with building out our communication strategy was around, hearing that people didn't know what the rules were. So we did that and did it in multiple languages and connected with as many people as we could. I think some people did get the message, but as we know, we also saw an increase in the number of complaints. So that could be one of two things. It could be a combination of people now know who to call, so they're going to make that phone call. So we did see that increase, but also that, there are people out there lighting fireworks in the middle of the street and in places where they shouldn't be.
Right down the street from me, actually, last year. My last question, during this process, did staff look at developing more so of a permit program? So still looking at the banning of the sales, but more so households that want to have a fireworks production, that they have to apply for a permit. Back in April of 2025, just a couple months ago, Mattawa, up near North Bay, they banned the sale of fireworks. They didn't ban the overall experience of fireworks, but they set up a permit program where they had to, have a description of the event, proof of liability of insurance in their own house for $5 million, a site plan that was detailed, basically showing all the trees or houses and stuff like that. So, is that something we could possibly look at going forward?
Through the mayor, that is a process that we have built into the bylaw, so people can apply for a permit to do a fireworks event through fire prevention, and they would have to meet all of that similar criteria. So proof of insurance, distance separation, they would have to have a pyrotechnic supervisor lighting them off. So we already do have that process in place.
But nobody really applies for that during these 3 days?
So we did have an application last year. One of the temples in Bridgeport actually applied, and we had 0 complaints.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Manowick. And thanks, Ms. McNeil. I guess my question is, and you've been here quite a long time, so you don't look it, but you've been here for quite some time. In your experience, the last few years, would you consider that difficult times with regards to fireworks compared to the many other years that we've allowed fireworks in the city?
Through the mayor, I would say things have changed, certainly. There's a lot more use, but there's a lot of disregard for safety. And what I can say is that we have personally had 2 bylaw officers struck by fireworks when they were aimed at them. So we have seen that. And so there is definitely a change in how they're being handled.
Okay, I didn't know that. That should have been known to us sooner, because my mind would have been even further to where I am now. I guess, has there been a lack of education on our part in the last 4 or 5 years?
Through the mayor, we've always done education, and there is always education releases media releases that go out over social media leading up to each of these holidays. I think what we've done is we've certainly ramped up our education and made sure that we were hitting several targeted audiences over the last year.
Okay. I guess my last question is, because I've heard a lot of delegates and I've heard a lot of, direction towards why aren't we enforcing more? Does that make any sense on the municipality's path to be able to, how are we going to enforce folks that are selling it out of their car, or enforce it anywhere, to be honest? It's just not built into our system.
Through the mayor, I think enforcing the illegal sale, as was mentioned, we do that with a lot of different products, right? People sell speakers out of vans and all sorts of stuff. So that's something that our staff are always watching for and can certainly stop and ask if they've got a business license within the city and enforce. Can we control all of it? No, we would have to have a much larger team than what we have now.
Okay, and then I guess from a risk perspective, or for the municipality, putting into place a ban of sales per se, does it help alleviate any possibilities of lawsuits against the municipality?
No. Through the mayor, I'm not sure that we could answer that. I think we would need a legal opinion for that.
Okay. Okay, I have comments when time's appropriate, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, the last question by Councillor Ioannidis was very aptly put. I think that's something that we should absolutely get some more clarity on as a council, irrespective of whichever direction that we proceed forward. Additional to Councillor Deneau's questioning of permitting, the processes that you outlined are quite extensive, hiring of a pyrotechnic technician to be present. So is it my assumption that in most cases on those 3 days where people are just buying fireworks and lighting them off, they're in contravention of our actual bylaw because they don't have a permit?
Ms. McNeil?
Through the mayor, no. So I think there's a difference in the type of firework that's being sold for each of those events. So a consumer firework is what you and I would buy at any of these shops and take home and set off. So if you're looking for a fireworks display, like a larger display, then that's when you need a pyrotechnic supervisor and all of the other criteria.
Okay. That's good clarity. But I think what Councillor Deneau was probably leading on is using licensing or permitting, specifically permitting, as a way of education as well. So not keeping the cost onerous or the processes extensively onerous, because there aren't many right now, but the ability to people to, for a small fee, get a permit, and that way they are informed and educated, and they have to be responsible for the bylaws as well. Have we considered that mechanism? Something similar to we do like online registration of our vehicle if you're doing overnight parking.
Ms. Actu?
Through the mayor, we did look at other municipalities that have contemplated permit systems for individuals looking to set off consumer fireworks. They all decided to scale back on that just because it was too onerous on staff to do. In addition to that, we don't know that allowing permits for individual consumers would help with any of the other issues that we heard from the community, such as the noise that's being set off, the impact to animals and the environment. It would still cause all those issues that we're hearing from the community, our concerns.
Okay, I think it's something perhaps we should continue to look at and explore more, but I think that'll be probably part of additional conversations later on. Thanks. I'll have my comments later, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff. You've had quite a few questions tonight, but my question, I think, is it's going to be a little different. And what I'd like you to answer is, what would you like to see if we put this in place? It's not going in place until the beginning of 2026, so we still have the summer to get through. What would you like to see the vendors do? We had them suggest a number of different things that we should be doing more of and better. What would you like to see the vendors do?
Through the mayor, to be honest, like the vendors are not where we're having a lot of concern. So we would like the vendors to continue the education piece when people are coming in to purchase products in their stores or their pop-up stores or their temporary locations. In addition, they always have the option of not selling the fireworks that they have listed themselves as dangerous fireworks, such as the ones that, the air bombs and the skyrockets and the Roman candles. And as they're members of the Canadian National Firework Association, they're able to take that education themselves as a vendor and for their employees. It doesn't have to be required through our bylaw for them to take that education.
I really appreciate this answer, and I think that maybe that's something, I know that we have members from the CFNA here tonight. I'm hoping that that's something that they can be speaking to their members about, to the vendors, and maybe they can look at doing some things differently as well. Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis, you had a follow-up? Councillor, you had a follow-up question? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I have a follow-up question. The question, from the experience that I got through my emails and any connections that I had with residents with regards to complaints, what I experienced was more complaints during Canada Day than any of the days than Diwali. And I'm just wondering if that's the corporation's experience as well.
Ms. McNeil?
Through the mayor, that was not our experience. We had the highest volume of complaints during Diwali.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other councillors in the queue for questions, so I just have a few if I can ask them. I'm wondering, Ms. McNeil, if you can just remind us how early people can purchase fireworks right now. So they can only shoot them off on the 3 days that are in the bylaw, and then how many days ahead of time can they actually purchase them?
Through the mayor, people can purchase fireworks 6 days preceding the permitted day.
So I noticed this morning on social media, there were a number of people complaining about fireworks in McLennan Park last night. I saw some pictures of, I think they were called cherry bombs, which were the firework that was being utilized. So presumably those would have needed to be purchased either like Diwali, Canada Day, or Victoria Day last year or even earlier, or purchased potentially online any time of the year. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, and so I guess my question is, clearly those who want to follow the rules wouldn't have shot them off and wouldn't have used them last night. Those who don't want to follow the rules and who break the law, just like on other things, don't, and presumably, you know, if they get caught, there's a fine or some sort of punishment that goes along with that. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, the sale of, because the sale wasn't permitted now, people still found a way of getting those fireworks. So is it not reasonable to assume that people who want to get them will still find a way, whether it's with the proposed bylaw, whether it is driving down Fisher-Hallman Road or driving, I'm trying to think what other streets will cross into North Dumfries, driving down Homer Watson Road, or driving out Highway 7, and will be able to buy fireworks if they want to buy local. Or simply order online? Like, is that not what the reality will be with a bylaw? And that's assuming nobody else out of the townships goes in a different direction as well. Ms. Phylactou?
Through the mayor, there will still be fireworks that are purchased. We don't expect year one for the impact to be huge, but we have spoken to many municipalities that have further restrictions than us and said year after year the number of complaints decrease, the number of issues and the cost to the municipalities. For them, their experience has been that it's decreased.
Okay. And this next question, I suspect I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it because I know this is often used as an argument on this issue. We know, for example, that there are literally hundreds of deaths across the country because of alcohol drinking, for example. We know there are deaths because of people who abuse marijuana. And so on, all legal things purchased and so on. But we haven't contemplated regulating those, have we, in any way? Ms. Phylactu?
Through the mayor, I would say that a lot of the businesses that are actually 18 plus do have stricter regulations than other retail businesses. That includes the cannabis stores have very strict regulations around them. Alcohol does. Adult goods stores, you have to be ID'd to go in and to purchase products. Payday loan establishments, we limited the number of establishments in the city, and there's regulations around that. So I would say a lot of the businesses that we see as adult businesses have those stricter regulations.
Sure, but I guess my specific question is we haven't strived to ban sales of those products.
We have not banned those, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michaud, was that a question or a comment? Okay. So I will go to Councillor Johnson then next to bring forward the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Schneider that the report of Community and Infrastructure Services be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Comments? Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do intend to continue to support the recommendation that was passed at committee. And I do really see this more as I guess I would say tapping the brakes instead of slamming them in terms of this issue, because we have heard very clearly from the members of the community that this is an issue and they want to see some action on this. We had many delegations. Thank you for your contributions this evening. We sat back and listened intently. I think the two that kind of struck the balancing chord for me were the delegation from Ms. Goodhart and Mr. Havari in terms of what they said, in terms of trying to find a balance here. I do reject some of the assertions that were put forward. I'm glad I asked the education question. I hope everyone listened to Ms. Phylactu. I'm just going to say the ridiculous amount of education that happened. Posters, postcards to the vendors, information items, reach out to sports groups and post-secondary institutions, religious institutions. I don't think you can educate a whole lot more than we've been educating. And when it gets right down to it, let's be honest, people aren't shooting fireworks at each other and at ballot officers because they don't know better, okay? So I reject that assertion that will solve it, to be frank. The other thing that would solve it would be better enforcement, but I don't see that as a practical solution. There is no way we can be in every park. I don't think this is an issue that the public wants to see us spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff time to try and police this better. So what staff has put forward is a baby step, elegant solution in my mind that will prevent the last minute ad hoc people buying and maybe being a bit less responsible with it. Online only means you have to plan ahead. Online only means that in most cases you have to be over 18 to get a credit card or sign up for PayPal, that sort of thing. Yes, there are loopholes there, but you do have to at least have some credit card or PayPal type information to typically buy these things. I lost my train of thought. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so again, to Ms. Goodhart's concern and to the concern of the general public, I do not ever want to ban fireworks completely. That's not my intention here. This isn't a step for me to later say I want to ban fireworks. This is a step to sort of say to the community, whoa, we're getting some serious concerns from the public. We want people to be a little more, I hate using the word intentional, we want people to be a little more intentional in planning it out around the special occasions that we have. So again, I'll be supporting the recommendation as was supported at committee.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. And first of all, I want to thank all the delegates for coming in. I'm probably the last person that wants to see people not have fun. Nothing more than I enjoy than having seen people in our community have fun and enjoy themselves. But what I've been seeing in the last 15 years that I've been here in this position is I've seen it progressively getting worse and worse. It's gone from, in particular in the last 3 years, we've seen the videos in your ward where it just seemed like a war zone. We've seen a councillor in Waterloo get attacked. Now we've heard that two bylaw officers were fired upon. And then everyone has seen the recklessness that we've seen in Victoria Park. 2 years in a row. So for me, I feel like we have no choice but to go the route that we are going with the staff recommendation. And the way I preface this why I feel that way, and I know it's probably going to do nothing, because as Councillor Davey said, those individuals that are going to cause problems, doesn't matter how much education you throw their way, doesn't matter what you do, they're going to go and do it. But for me, it's about to those residents that I represent that have contacted me in particular the last 4 years and say, what are you going to do? Like, we elected you to do something. This is the something. Whether or not it is going to enforce, again, I don't think it's going to do much, but at the end of the day, this is the one thing that we have control over. Once it's out of there, that's where I asked that legal question, because I feel like we are doing our part as a municipality to say this is a risk to our community, and that's why we are putting this forward. So we are, I feel like, protecting the municipality. And that way we're protecting us, that we can't say we were negligent to this problem. Because we all know this problem's been getting progressively worse, and that's no joke. So I'm happy to support what's here.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to each and every one of you who came in to delegate tonight. It really added a lot of perspective for me. I think all of us around the horseshoe here want to prevent some of the more shocking incidents that have happened in Victoria Park. And we would like to put an end to the lighting of fireworks after midnight. That's what we want to do. And I'm not disrespecting the work of a bylaw department, but I think banning the sale of fireworks in our city may have unintended consequences. By taking away sales from certified, trained people selling regulated products, it's going to drive people underground. I think, the delinquent users this will not stop them at all. If they want to get their fireworks, unregulated fireworks, they'll get them. We heard tonight of family traditions, of the fun of going to the store and picking out the fireworks display. We heard that most of the products sold would be a 5, 10, 50-minute family display. We heard of the importance of the Diwali celebrations. And I know it goes much deeper than this, but the fireworks are a celebration of the victory of good over evil, the victory of light over darkness. Making it difficult to purchase fireworks for a celebration like that, I've got concerns about that. And I've got concerns that we're taking away a joy a Canada Day, a Victoria Day, a Diwali tradition to try and stop some of the delinquent usage that we're seeing. So as much as I want to see that end, I don't know that this is a way to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Michaud.
Well, that's something to follow, Councillor Schneider. There's a lot been said, and I don't want to repeat everything. First of all, I appreciate all the citizens coming out tonight in favor of fireworks sales, citing, your long-standing traditions. I get that. I've had long-standing traditions as well. I've mentioned how many times tonight the burning schoolhouse. It's the one thing that's ingrained in my mind as a kid. So I'd hate to take that away from young families and kids. That said, the fireworks today are not the fireworks we had back in those days. They're serious fireworks, and they're getting in the hands of people who disregard safety for themselves and their neighbors. And I think there's been mentioned, I think it's time to take a pause on this. I think it's time to pull back and tighten things up so that we can get things back to normal again, because what we're seeing on special occasions, Canada Day and even Diwali, and I'm not blaming the Diwali celebration, it's just around the time when fireworks are there, that they're coming out and they're just being reckless, and reckless is going to hurt somebody. And I think it behooves us to be responsible as councillors to protect our citizens. And I will echo again the calls and the videos that I got from a certain area in Ward 4, the last number of celebrations when they had fireworks. It was frightening, and I cannot sit here and not ban fireworks for this period of time, just to, if nothing else, to calm things down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to correct Councillor Michaud. We're not banning the fireworks, and I think that's not what you meant to say. So I just want to make sure that those that are listening are not taking that misinterpretation that we're looking to ban, or perhaps consideration banning as a second step. That's not in question at all. This is not necessarily a slippery slope. No one is here trying to be insensitive to anyone's cultural, religious practice, or the ability to celebrate an event or day, like Canada Day, like Victoria Day. I grew up going to Columbus Lake and Waterloo as a family, gathering a city-sponsored event and watching the firework display. It was a lot of fun. I have nothing or no issues with fireworks themselves. But as my colleagues have reiterated, over the past few years, we have seen a questioning and worrisome behavior with the display of fireworks. And that's something that we need to get a better hold of. We do need to continue on educating. Will what we're proposing today solve all the problems? Probably not, but I think it could make better. We have bylaws in place for parking restrictions. Does it mean that people still park illegally? Yes, but there are fines in place, we have enforcement, and this is the same thing. We're reducing the circumstance that we would have bad behavior. And we're also encouraging people to use more environmentally friendly ways to celebrate their traditions and those cultural days as well. As a family, myself, Sikhs celebrate Diwali as well. We call it Bandi Chor, it's something different. But again, it's an aspect of display of lights, and my family has light lanterns at their home. We don't necessarily do fireworks, but we're still able to practice our cultural significance in our own way, and others can do the same. Restricting the sale of fireworks doesn't solve everything I've already said, but it does help. It sends a message that we take safety seriously and gives more manageable framework for us to work with. The staff that we have are just not enough to be able to be citywide enforcement adequately so that we can address the concerns that we hear year after year. It won't stop every issue, but it will reduce casual, unplanned, unsafe use significantly, because again, it ensures people are planning ahead of time by buying online, and they're more serious-minded, and hopefully they will want to go a step further in educating them of the local bylaws as well. So that said, we still need to offer people to celebrate. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. No one is here that's trying to be insensitive, especially our staff. They have taken painstaking approach to get as much feedback, looking at best practices out there to ensure that we still allow it, but have the appropriate controls around it. I think additional steps that we can do is something that my colleagues and I from the beginning have been encouraging for us to consider, which is expanded city-run, community-sponsored firework display. Supporting silent, low-noise fireworks. I think that's something we should be encouraging in a community. And more importantly, offering even community grants for alternative celebrations so that, again, we do show that we are an inclusive community that's going to make as many allowances as possible for everyone to be included. So our job isn't just to regulate, it's to lead with common sense and compassion. This decision isn't anti-celebration, I say again, it's pro-community, because I think it allows everyone to celebrate their significant day in a responsible way, and that's why I think this is the right approach.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and wow, thank you to council. Your all of your thoughts around this have been really great to hear. So, I agree with Councillor Singh. This isn't. This is about being pro-community, and all of us have heard so much from our residents with concerns around fireworks, and we hear about it all year long. And you know, if we don't, none of us around this table wants to be doing this. We don't want to do this. We wish that people would be able to use fireworks in a safe and frankly mature manner, but that's not what has been happening over the last while. Things have really changed, so we need to respond. And I listening to the delegations tonight, Audrey. I'm sorry, I don't want to say your last name improperly, but Audrey, what you said is, you know, the bad apples are the fireworks. I might take that a bit further and say that the people that are using them inappropriately might be as well. But the bad apples are the fireworks, and that is something that we can look to having some control over the sale of them. As Councillor Singh had said, you know, getting fireworks now will mean making a plan and making it a little more difficult for people to be able to get them and not be able to get them on a whim in the same way. So I will be supporting this tonight as well. And thank you again to staff. You have done so much work on this. And again, to reiterate the education that you've done on this, really very much appreciative of what you've done. Thank you.
Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank everyone that came here to make a delegation tonight. Really do appreciate it. Thanks to staff as well for the report. And it's been great just listening to my colleagues as we speak and talk through this. This is a tough decision, but that's why we were elected, to be able to make these types of decisions. I recall a conversation, I believe it was sometime last year, I received a call from a constituent who was extremely upset because an individual in the neighborhood had gone way past the deadline for fireworks. He approached this individual, politely mentioned to the individual that it was way past time and could he stop shooting fireworks, and the response he got was, "I don't care, I'm going to keep shooting it, and there's nothing you can do about it." And I think just that anger and that frustration, and the conversation was, what are you going to do about it as a councillor when people know what they're doing is wrong, and at the end of the day, we're reminding them of what they're doing is wrong, and they could care less about that, and they just desire to continue what it is that they were doing. And that was what really led me, that conversation, that anger, that frustration from that individual, for me, was that catalyst that pushed for me to start thinking in this direction. It's a tough one. I will be supporting this. I will be supporting the recommendation for staff. I believe it's a step in the right direction. Are we certain this is the panacea that is going to solve everything? Absolutely not, but I do think it's a really good step that we can take. And once again, I want to say a great thank you to staff for this, and thank you to everyone that has come in and shared their thoughts and shared their concerns with us as well.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dooney. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I've gotten back and forth on this a few times tonight on where I'm going to go. I think I'm more in alignment with Councillor Snyder and his understanding and his take. I do think that there is a helpful step with education and with safety when there is a regulated seller. And so I was encouraged to hear that they had to be licensed, that there had to be a fire inspector, and then that was a point where we could intervene with some education and with some pieces of information around the local rules and regulations. I think that's an important touch point, because I agree that I am not interested in banning fireworks. I think people should have the ability to choose the timing and how they would like to celebrate in those times. I guess some things that do concern me are some of the timings, hearing about the birds in May, wondering, can a date be changed from May to New Year's? What kind of effects would that have? And so, as much as I would love to turn the page and be done with fireworks, I feel like there is still more work to do, and can absolutely respect that this next step, trying out regulating or not, I think there is more to learn, and I'm happy to keep learning and trying to find a good balance where community can celebrate well together but safely. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. There being no other councillors, I'll make a few comments myself. And I want to begin by thanking everyone on both sides of this issue. And there really is a continuum here on this issue that have endeavored to engage with us both tonight, after committee the last time, and prior to that over a number of months. And secondly, I think, like all of my colleagues, we all agree that we want to stop bad behavior. There's no question that there are some rogue actors who are, quite frankly, behaving badly, not respecting their neighborhood, not respecting their community. But unfortunately, I'm not convinced that simply restricting the sale locally is going to stop that bad behavior, to be frank. I didn't support this at committee, and won't be supporting it again this evening. As I said then, I believe it's government overreach. I'm going to take everyone back for a moment to grade 10 or 11 English, I can't remember, and it's a quote from Mr. Bumble in Charles Dickens's Oliver Twist, where Mr. Bumble references the law as being, the law is an ass. And it was in respect to people's frustration when the legal system is perceived to lack common sense or not be reasonable. And my concern is when we enact bylaws that people ultimately don't see being enforced in a reasonable way. And I think people, if this passes, and it clearly is apparent that it will, if people don't see a change, then people's trust of the rule of law and the fundamental systems that our democratic society is based on starts being called into question. And that's fundamentally where my worry is. I think we need to take strong action and punish those who are doing wrong. But I think it's not proper to punish good, responsible residents, and we heard from many of them this evening. We heard from families that enjoy having events. We heard from small community gatherings that want to be able to have them. And we heard from local businesses who are saying, why are we driving business elsewhere outside of our community to neighboring communities, or worse yet, to Amazon or other places to purchase their fireworks, because they're still going to be able to get them there. And so I do think, like some of my colleagues this evening, I do think the focus needs to be on education, on safety, and on enforcement. I'd be happy to see higher fines, but for the reasons that existed at committee, and after hearing, and again, I acknowledge there's people on both sides of the issue, I'm convinced more than ever that isn't the best way to go at this point in time. That doesn't mean that that I won't that I wouldn't revisit that. Having said that, as well, as I said at committee, I'll say it again tonight, as mayor, my responsibility is to respect the will of council, and whatever the ultimate decision of council is, I will respect that and reflect that as one of the spokespeople of council. So those are my comments. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, can I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Sure. You can now vote. And the motion carries 8-3. Yeah, for the record, because you just raised it, Councillor Ioannidis, and because it was also asked on the radio, number one, I don't believe that this fits in within the strong bear powers, nor would I, as I've said before, nor would I use them. So I want that on the public record. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to the balance of the agenda. Councillor Johnson, the balance of community and infrastructure services. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to find that for you.
You can just move the balance of the report if you'd like.
I will move the balance of the report then. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Schneider. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Chapman, you have a question or comments? No? Oh, you're just calling to vote?
No, I'm here to vote.
Oh, okay. Councillor Johnson, if you can turn your camera back on. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to planning and strategic initiatives. Councillor Singh.
Yes. The items as noted in the agenda, rising from Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. There's no unfinished business, any new business? There being no new business, under mayoral business and updates, I think the only thing, and I mean, obviously everybody's aware of it, we had a federal election last Monday. We have a new government that will be proceeding with its throne speech later in the month and announcing cabinet on the week before the May 2-4 weekend. The Prime Minister, as you know, is in Washington tomorrow for meetings and pertaining to tariffs and trade. So we continue to monitor all of that. No doubt all of this will be a big topic of conversation at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities at the end of the month. So with that, questions and answers, are there any? There being none, we'll move into first reading of the bylaws. And Madam Clerk, are there any additional bylaws?
So through the chair, there are 8 additional bylaws listed on the agenda under late starters that can be added now that the committee reports have been approved.
Okay, so do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll now move into Committee of the Whole. Moved by Councillor Deneau, seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Deneau, over to you.
Thank you. Is there a mover for the balance of the administrator? Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Davey?
Yes, thank you. I have questions on two items. Just so staff's aware, the arts and entertainment reserve and the downtown BIA as well. So I'll do the arts and entertainment reserve question first. Just going back on this, can I ask so we're doing a one-time transfer from the municipal accommodation, the money we collect from municipal accommodation. It looks like it's a one-time transfer only. So I guess I have two questions. First of all, can you give us an idea of what we get each year from that municipal accommodation tax? And is there an intention to do an annual transfer to this arts and entertainment reserve? Because it seems like it'll be depleted very quickly as one time.
Sorry, Mr. Dewitt.
Thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is that the municipal accommodation tax, the MAT tax, brings in approximately $400,000 a year. The balance currently is at $1 million. And to answer your second question, the $300,000 is a one-time transfer. Not looking for additional transfers. The plan is to use that as a means to underwrite new additional ticketed events, potentially, downtown, Victoria Park, even including the Conrad Center for the Performing Arts. And then ideally, if we're making good decisions based on good information in terms of the talent we're bringing in, ideally there's revenue from those events which we can then build into that reserve. Things like food and beverage from unbudgeted, non-budgeted events would also be added to that reserve. So it's acting as its own kind of tracker, essentially, as to success. So if we're doing well, then that reserve is growing. If we're making, talent decisions that aren't necessarily receiving profit, then that balance goes down.
Okay, no, thank you. I was going to ask about the balance of the reserve, but I can save that for an offline conversation. And on to my next question, if I could, Mr. Chair, on the downtown BIA. I do recall, and Mr. Chair, you may recall as well, because we were both talking about this, we had a fairly significant budget increase for the downtown ambassador program, and part of the discussion at the time was requesting that the BIA, who did fund part of it initially, I don't remember the exact amount, of something like $80,000. We made a request for them, since it does primarily benefit the downtown BIA community, that they fund part of it. I did not see that in here, so I'm wondering if any staff can comment on that.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair. So my understanding is the downtown BIA added a third shift to cover the later portions. And so the City of Kitchener is paying for 2 sets of 2 people, and the BIA has added money for a third set. And so that gives better coverage into the evening hours, which was currently unfunded.
Well, awesome. So do you know do they commit to that as like an operating expense? Great. Do you know the amount, or I don't think I saw it explicitly in there.
Through the chair, I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
Okay, no, that's okay. Just please extend my thank you to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to the back now, right? We're to the back now, right? Yeah. Madam Clerk, are there any matters arising from the in-camera meeting earlier tonight?
So through the chair, there are 2 matters arising from in camera. We'll display the first and then followed by the second.
Is there a mover for the committee to rise and report? Councillor Schneider, all in favor? Sorry. Pardon me? Just in-camera items. Okay. In-camera items. Yeah, so for the in-camera items, all in favor? No, sorry.
Sir, were there not supposed to be 2?
So through the chair, the first motion's on the screen, if we could call the vote on that, and then we'll take it down and display the second motion.
Okay, thank you.
Can I call the vote on the first one on the screen, please? On favor? Opposed? I'm sorry. That's right. Councillor Chapman and Johnson? Thank you. That carries. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I, do I need a mover for this? Can I get a mover for the other one on the screen right now? Councillor Singh, all in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. That motion carries.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Oh, it's moved by myself and second by Councillor Ioannidis that the proceedings.
Hold on, you got to do, move that the committee rise and
Oh,
report.
Jesus.
You
Is there
got to
a
ask for a vote.
It's a long night. Is there a mover for the committee to rise and report?
I just moved it.
Oh,
So
thank
just
you.
all
In favor? All opposed? Carries. Jeez. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ioannidis that the proceedings and the record of pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be and the same are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Are you in favor, Councillor Chapman? Thank you. Councillor Johnson. And now we'll go into third readings of the bylaw. Same additional third readings. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Whoops. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Schneider. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.